Good morning, true crime friends. Welcome back. This is day one of the Kevin Lychwick trial. He's being charged with unaliving his neighbor, Carlos Maldonado. His remains were found by a passerby the following October. So I think this happened like in the early spring, and then they found him in the fall. They suggested that he had been odd and bound. The defendant has pled not guilty, and he is representing himself. So this case shall be interesting. So let's go ahead. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We are not camera ready today, so we cannot be on camera. I'm sorry. I will at some point when I get up and do something with this thing on the top of my head. Okay, here we go.
Function as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide the case based solely upon the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all of the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communication. Do not use any electronic devices, computers, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the parties. If you come into contact with any of the parties or the witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties and the witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you think might be useful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate the case on your own or visit the scene either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about the trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on the jury. Do not use a computer, phone, or other electronic device to share any information about this case. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate it's tempting when you go home at night or even over lunch when you check in with a loved one to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this matter. After the trial is complete, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Evidence is defined as, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. And third, any facts to which the parties have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. You are not required to, but you may take notes during the trial, except during the opening statements and closing arguments. The court will provide you with a notepad and a pen. In taking notes, you must be careful that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may rely on your notes to refresh your memory during your deliberations. Otherwise, keep them confidential. After trial, the notes will be collected and destroyed. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. So you need to pay careful attention to all the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and testimony introduced during the trial. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors: whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of the trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness and of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit their testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There's no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same here. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. Element number one, the defendant caused the death of Carlos Maldonado. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Element number two, the defendant acted with the intent to kill Carlos Maldonado. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. When the law requires that the defendant acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Carlos Maldonado with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Hiding or burying a corpse. Section 940.11 sub 2 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is violated by one who hides or buries a corpse with intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. Element number one, the defendant hid a corpse. Element number two, the defendant hid a corpse with intent to conceal a crime. This requires that the defendant acted with a purpose to conceal a crime. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict. Of not guilty. Reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. The defendant has a constitutional right to represent himself. I have advised the defendant that the same rules apply whether a lawyer acts for him or he acts for himself. The defendant has decided to represent himself, and this decision must not influence your verdict in any manner. Standby counsel has been appointed by the court to assist with the efficient operation of the trial. The defendant, though, is still representing himself. The parties will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the parties an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Because the state bears the burden of proof, the state goes first in most phases of the trial. Attorney Tom Bosco, you may give your opening statement.
Thank you very much. Madam Court Reporter, can I, or Madam Clerk, rather, can I please have the TVs on so I can project the PowerPoint? Thank you. Thank you very much. May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is why we're all gathered here today in this courtroom, for Carlos, to figure out what happened to Carlos, because the evidence is going to show that on April 14th, 2024, this defendant, Kevin Lychwick, murdered him. He shot him twice, once in the torso and once in the center of Carlos's face. This is a picture of Carlos. This was a much better day for him than April 14th, 2024. And I think it's important before we talk about the facts of this case to give you a little bit of information about who Carlos was as an individual in life before we talk about what tragically happened to him. Carlos lived in an apartment at 1512 East North Street here in Waukesha. It's actually just a stone's throw away from this courthouse. It's just down the hill. Some of you may have even driven past this apartment complex when you came to court a little bit earlier this morning. Carlos was just 55 years old on the day that he was murdered. He had goals in life. He was planning to start his own business. And he was very, very close with his daughter, Talisa. In fact, him and Talisa enjoyed going to different restaurants together. They enjoyed going to different Mexican restaurants. They enjoyed trying chips and salsa from every single Mexican restaurant that they went to, and that's how they would determine whether a restaurant was a good one or not. The relationship between Carlos and his daughter had never been better at the time of this incident, before he was tragically taken in this case. April 14th, 2024 is the day that the evidence in this case is going to show when this homicide took place. What you're going to hear is that on that particular morning, the evidence will show that Carlos got up that morning and went to a hardware store where he made a purchase. We know this because there was surveillance footage that captured him at this particular hardware store. We also know from his bank statements that he made a purchase on April 14th, 2024. We also know that after he finished his transaction at the hardware store, he returned to his apartment. And we know this because there was an apartment manager, her name is Glenda Rose, and you're going to hear from her very early on in this case. She'll be one of our first witnesses. She actually witnessed Carlos in the garage area of the apartment complex cutting wood, and she actually greeted him. So we know that he made it back from the hardware store to the apartment complex where he lived. Unfortunately, after Glenda saw Carlos in the garage area, Carlos was never seen alive again. And despite many family members, including Talisa, his daughter, trying to figure out where he was, nobody heard from him. Talisa actually reported him missing, okay, because it was out of character for Carlos to actually not contact his daughter. This was something that whenever Talisa called Carlos, at this point, Carlos was always very prompt in terms of getting back to her. So the fact that she had attempted to call her father and he hadn't gotten back to her, that was very suspicious. So there was a period of time in which several months, nobody knew where Carlos was. Nobody had heard from him. We were trying to find him. And October 30th, 2024 is when we made a very startling discovery. What happened on that day and what the evidence will show is that there was a gentleman named Nathan Poley. Mr. Poley is a resident at 1512 East North Street, the same apartment complex that both Carlos and Mr. Lychwick lived at the time of this murder. And Mr. Poley was also a maintenance worker at that particular complex as well. And so what Mr. Poley was doing on this particular day was he was doing some yard work in the wooded area behind this particular apartment complex. So to give you a little bit of a sense of what this complex is like, this is a two-level complex. There's units on the ground floor, and then there's a second level, and then there's additional apartment units on the second level, and then bordered to the back of that complex is a giant hill with some woods in the back area. So Mr. Poley was in this wooded area. He was doing some yard work, and he came across this blue tarp that you see depicted in this photo. And at first, Mr. Poley didn't think anything of this blue tarp. He thought it was just something that somebody had thrown away. But as he got a little bit closer to it, he made a shocking discovery. Underneath the tarp was Carlos's remains. And the tarp was covered, you're going to hear, in sticks, branches, and other foliage, almost as if the person who had set it there did so intentionally in order to hide what was under that blue tarp. The police get called because Mr. Poley reports what he found to the apartment manager, and the police are called, and the police respond to the scene, and ultimately Carlos is determined to be the individual whose remains were found under that tarp because dental records were able to positively identify him as such. His autopsy was performed on November 1st. There's going to be a medical examiner that's going to testify in this case for you as well. The medical examiner is going to tell you that she found trauma associated with Carlos, that she found a firearm projectile that was located attached to Carlos's scalp. There were entrance and exit wounds, and that there was a second projectile that was found under Carlos's torso area as well, and that he had an injury to his lower vertebrae that was consistent with a gunshot wound as well. Given the length of time that Carlos was missing from April to October, his body was in a very severely decomposed state. And unfortunately, we'll have to show you some pictures of that, but that's what happened in this case as well. So now we have this homicide. We have this body in the woods, and the Waukesha police are now involved and they're investigating this. And they're at a disadvantage, is what you're going to hear, because of the length of time between when Carlos disappears and when he's ultimately discovered. So the police are really behind the eight ball here. They have to hustle to really uncover evidence and follow leads and make sure that they're identifying the person who's responsible for this. They start to investigate. They interview several people at the apartment complex. They canvass the area. And to be frank with you, for a while there, that's been looking very good. They were having some difficulty figuring out who did this, what were the circumstances surrounding this. They knew it was a homicide, but they didn't know who actually was responsible for this. And then what you're going to hear is they caught a huge break. And the break came in the form of a gentleman named Anthony Lefebvre. And for the court reporter, that's spelled Lefebvre. Anthony, you're going to hear, was a resident at this particular apartment complex as well. And Anthony had a trail camera. And Anthony had been given permission by the apartment complex to build a garden in the wooded hill area behind the complex. And in order to keep tabs on this garden that he was building and to show the progress with family members, Anthony also set up a trail camera with the apartment complex's permission. And the footage on the camera dated all the way back to April 29th, 2024. So just a couple of weeks after Carlos went missing, and the evidence will show he was murdered on that particular day. The police came out and they saw the trail camera. And then they said, hey, we'd like to take a look at that footage just to see if there's anybody on that camera. And Anthony was very cooperative. He gave the police the footage, as you're going to hear, and the investigators reviewed it. And what they found on that trail camera was the defendant, Mr. Lychwick, walking around the area where Carlos's remains were found at very odd hours of the night. They saw the defendant carrying a white trash bag. They saw him suspiciously looking in windows of the apartment complex as if he was looking to see if somebody was watching what he was doing. He was seen in one clip, and you're going to see this as well as part of the state's presentation of evidence. He was wearing boots. At one point, he was kicking an item off his boots after he was seen walking in the area where Carlos's body was ultimately discovered. And he also was carrying some sort of tool. We don't exactly know what tool it was because of the quality of the video footage, but he's definitely carrying a tool as well. So the police now start to look into Mr. Lychwick because, this is suspicious, right? And we're trying to see if this is the individual who's responsible for murdering Carlos. And once they start to look into Mr. Lychwick, they make many shocking and incriminating discoveries based on the evidence. So what Detective Stern and I did last week in preparation for this case is we sat down and we highlighted together, we came up with a list of what we think are going to be the most compelling pieces of evidence that you're going to hear. It's not all the evidence that you're going to hear in this case, but this is what we believe are the most compelling pieces of evidence that you're going to hear that point towards Mr. Lychwick's guilt in this case. First piece of evidence that the police found in this case was a note. The police went and got a warrant. They got a search warrant to search Mr. Lychwick's apartment to either confirm or dispel their suspicions that he may have been involved in this homicide. What they found, and you'll hear more about this during the state's presentation of testimony, was several documents that were handwritten with several quote-unquote operations listed on them. One of these pieces of paper, and you see it depicted here on this photo as well, contained information about an operation named Operation Slop Shop. You'll see it at the top of this exhibit as well. Specifically, as it relates to Operation Slop Shop, the piece of paper that was found in the defendant's apartment, where, by the way, he lives alone, he does not have a roommate, specifically names Carlos as a, quote, threat. There was an additional piece of paper as well describing another operation. This particular piece of paper indicated that Operation Slop Shop had been completed and that the threats from that first stop had been, quote, neutralized. There were additional pieces of paper as well found in in the defendant, Mr. Lychwick's apartment as well. There were several other operations listed with many other individuals. The important piece is that those individuals you're going to hear had connections to Mr. Lychwick. So if the idea is that he didn't write the note, well, you're going to hear that several of the individuals listed on these notes, again, were connected to him. And then when the police were serving the warrant on Mr. Lychwick, at Mr. Lychwick's apartment as well, you don't always get Perry Mason moments, in the middle of trial. But this case, we actually had one of them. Because when the police were serving the warrant, Mr. Lychwick was given a copy of the search warrant for his particular apartment, a courtesy copy, if you will. What we do in Waukesha County is we try not to include victims' names in court documents because they have a right to privacy. We want to make sure that we're not unknowingly exposing their name or their information to the public for their own protection. So the search warrant that was given to Mr. Lychwick only said victim A. That's all it said, victim A. Yet, you're going to hear that when Mr. Lychwick was given a copy of that warrant and he looked at it, he exclaimed, quote, Carlos Maldonado, I had nothing to do with that. At that point, we had not made public the fact that Mr. Maldonado's body was the individual that we had located on the grounds of 1512 East North Street. The evidence is going to show that only the killer would have known that Mr. Maldonado was the individual who was on that grounds when Mr. Lychwick made that statement. Another compelling piece of information that we found in this case was a storage unit. Now, during this investigation, the police looked into a bunch of different things as it relates to the defendant. We looked at his purchase history. We looked at how he was spending his money to see if there was anything that was suspicious as well from an investigative standpoint. Mr. Lychwick was on a pretty tight budget. This is what we found from looking at his banking records. He was living on SSI. Yet, the evidence is going to show that on November 1st, 2024, just 3 days after we discovered Carlos's remains at the apartment complex. Remember, he was found on October 30th. So just 3 days later, what we found is that the defendant drove all the way up to the Fox Cities area. He drove to the Kimberly area, and he took advantage of a 1-month free promotion to run a storage unit in Kimberly, Wisconsin. We know that on November 1st, from what we found in his phone, that he was spending hours searching for storage units here in Waukesha County. We know, as I stated, he was on a tight budget. He was budgeting about $50 for gas. This trip, round trip to go from Kimberly back to Waukesha County would have greatly blown through his gas budget. Yet, okay, we know that he went all the way to Kimberly, and you're going to hear from the representatives from the U-Haul as well, and he rented that storage unit. Okay. But he didn't rent it for very long, because 1 month later, after the free month had expired, and you're going to hear evidence to this effect as well, the defendant is seen on surveillance footage going back to the U-Haul storage facility and closing out that U-Haul unit that he had rented. Again, you're going to hear from an employee who helped him with that process. You're going to hear that the defendant was in a rush. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, and he cleared out the entirety of that storage unit as well. And then he made his way back to Waukesha County. What he didn't know at that time was that the police had obtained a GPS warrant for his car. So when he left Waukesha County and traveled to the Fox Cities, the police were following him. They wanted to see what he was up to. And so what they ultimately did was they effectuated a stop, and then they seized the vehicle that he was driving as well from Outagamie County all the way back to Waukesha County. And then they found the holy grail of evidence. The evidence is going to show in the defendant's vehicle. They found in the trunk of his vehicle, after they went and got a search warrant, by the way, so they seized the vehicle, but the police then went and got a search warrant. They searched the trunk of his vehicle, and they found, and you see it depicted here at the bottom of this picture as well, a 1939 Luger firearm. And the police did 2 things with this particular firearm. They're going to be very, very important in this case. The first thing they did is they packaged up this firearm, and then they mailed it to the state crime lab, in Milwaukee. And there's an individual who works at the crime lab by the name of Jessica Crawford. She's a firearms and markings expert is her title. And so what she did, and you're going to hear from her as well throughout this case about her process as well, you're going to hear that Ms. Crawford tested this firearm and found, despite it being a very old firearm, that it was fully functional. It was working just fine. It was capable of recycling rounds through and firing bullets. But the other thing, and this is perhaps even more important than the fact that the Luger was fully functional, Ms. Crawford took 2 projectiles that we recovered from Carlos. The one that came out of his head from the autopsy, and then the one that was found under him in the tarp where his body was discovered at the apartment complex. She had both of those projectiles. And then she had, in addition, her own library of ammunition that she had in the lab as well. So she test fired the rounds that she had from her library of ammunition, and then she compared those rounds with the 2 projectiles that we know went through Carlos. And what she found, and what she's going to testify to, is that both projectiles bear markings that are similar. And when a gun is recycled through a firearm, through the barrel of a firearm, it leaves certain markings so that you know that it came from that particular firearm. Never has it happened in the history of firearms that a bullet has bared the same markings, and she will tell you this, that came from two separate guns. So the bullets that we pulled out of Carlos came from the weapon that we found in the defendant's trunk of his car. But we're not done, because not only did the police send the gun for testing, they also swabbed the gun for DNA. And they sent the DNA swabs that they tested. And they also had Mr. Lychwick's DNA as well. That is obtained pursuant to a buccal swab as well. They sent that to the lab as well. And what they found, there was a DNA expert that actually tested this as well. And each person has their own DNA profile, right? The only exception to that is if you have an identical twin, which is not true in this case. Mr. Lychwick's DNA profile was found on that murder weapon that was in his truck, or it was in his vehicle, excuse me. And what you're going to hear is that it was a single source DNA profile, not a mixture where multiple people are contributing to this profile, but a single source DNA profile. And that the lab's conclusion was that there was very strong potential for inclusion, that Mr. Lychwick's DNA was the profile that was found on that murder weapon. That is the highest support, that you will have the highest probability of standard that the lab has in terms of DNA. And the DNA expert will explain more to you this as well. We also, as part of this investigation, obtained Mr. Lychwick's phone. We wanted to see what he was searching on his phone. People search for all kinds of things on their phones, right? And we found some very incriminating searches on his phone as well. First and foremost, a brief just housekeeping matter regarding the email address. Conrad Lychwick, you're going to hear testimony in this case that although the defendant's legal name is Kevin, he prefers to be called Conrad. In fact, you're going to hear that he would correct people when they would call him Kevin rather than Conrad. So not only do we know that this is his phone, because we wrote a warrant and were able to look at what he was searching, we also know that that's his email address. And so that was associated with his phone as well. And what we found when we looked at his phone was some very suspicious findings. 1 week, just 1 week after Carlos was never seen again, was never heard from, we have the defendant searching carcass movement, processing and disposal. How can I dispose of spoiled food safely? Large plastic bags and where to find them. Maps of landfill in Wisconsin. This is very suspicious, and from the state's perspective, we believe the evidence will show that this is because he was making certain measures to see how he could dispose of Carlos's body after he had killed him. And there were additional certain things on his phone that were incriminating as well. November 25th, 2024, he went to Google. His phone went to Google and searched Waukesha News for November shooting. There had been no shootings in Waukesha County at that time, and they hadn't made public the fact that Carlos's death was by virtue of a shooting as well. Once again, much like the comment that he made during the execution of the search warrant at his house, only the killer would know this sort of information. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's two counts, as Judge Moss just explained to you. There's first-degree intentional homicide, and then there's the second count of hiding a corpse. I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on this as well. You'll get the full jury instructions at the conclusion of the case at the evidence. But I just wanted to define a couple of these terms for you as you listen to the evidence. So the term cause, the first word in that, means that the defendant's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Carlos's death. Well, the evidence is going to prove to you that he shot him twice. Shooting somebody twice, once in the face area, pretty obvious, right? That's going to cause somebody to die as a result of that. And then intent to kill, again, you have the mental purpose to take the life of another human being, or you're practically certain that your conduct is going to cause the death of another human being. Again, I've already touched on this. We have the notes from the apartment talking about operations and neutralizing specific targets. I didn't use the word motive, and Judge Moss already explained this to you. I'm not going to repeat that. Motive is different from intent. We have to prove intent to you, but we don't have to prove motive. Now, that's stated more simply, we don't have to prove why he did it, but we have to prove that he did it and he acted with intent. And you'll get a jury instruction on that as well. And then we have the second count of hiding a corpse. You see the elements up there as well. You're going to hear from Detective Stern in this case. I've already touched on this about the location of the pile that had Carlos's remains in it. You're going to hear that it was Detective Stern's conclusion that that pile was deliberately set there. We will show you a number of pictures. You'll be able to see that there were twigs and other things and branches and things over top of this pile, almost as if the individual who put it there did not want this pile to be found. And again, we'll show you evidence on that as well. And again, the fact of the trail cameras that I've touched on earlier as well, the fact that the defendant was seen walking around in this area at very odd times of night, okay, when there was nobody out. Again, evidence of that as well. So that's the second count. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to conclude with this. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses. You're going to hear from police officers. You're going to hear from specialists. You're going to hear from eyewitnesses. You're going to hear from people who worked on this case. We have a DNA expert. We have a firearms expert. We have a medical examiner, a cadaver dog expert, a botany expert, and even a forensic anthropologist. So this is going to be a lot of experts that's going to come in and testify. The evidence is going to show that this investigation was not a rush to judgment. This was not a giant conspiracy. This is not an attempt by the Waukesha Police Department to railroad Mr. Lychwick. The police put a lot of time and a lot of effort into this case, and it was ultimately the conclusion that they had by following the evidence that Mr. Lychwick was the individual who was responsible for murdering Carlos in this case. It's the conclusion that is only supported by the evidence that we're going to present to you. And as we were sitting down and thinking about what is the most, proper or perhaps the best framework to present this, we came up with the idea of a puzzle. When you sit down to do a puzzle and you put the first couple of pieces in this particular puzzle, you may not be able to see, the full picture of the puzzle. But as you add pieces to it, and in this case, the pieces would be the evidence that we're going to present to you, and you hear more and more about the evidence that we have and how we present it in, then you start to see the bigger picture emerges. The puzzle starts to come in full focus. And that's what this case is. So Googling, for example, how to dispose of food safely, spoil food safely, may seem pretty innocuous. But when you consider all of the other evidence that we're going to present, what it is it shows, it's one more piece of the puzzle showing that Mr. Lychwick is the individual who's responsible for the murder in this case. And I'll leave you with this. When you've heard all this evidence, and we've had an opportunity to address you in closing, and we're going to come before you and ask you to find Mr. Lychwick guilty of both of these serious counts in this case, I want you to keep in mind all the evidence that we're going to present to you. Because for all this evidence that we're going to show you, and I haven't shown you everything, right? We've just shown you some of the most compelling pieces of evidence. For all this pieces of evidence to be true, and for Mr. Lychwick not to be the individual responsible for murdering Carlos, he has to be the unluckiest man in the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Attorney Tombasco. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to give an opening statement at this time?
Yes, I would.
All right, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, quite simply, I am not guilty of this crime. I feel sorry for my poor neighbor, but I did not know him well enough to have any animus against him even, and I have never killed anyone in my life. The largest warm-blooded animal that I've ever killed was a skunk that walked in front of my car by accident years ago. I am not a killer. The police in this matter have a largely circumstantial case. I don't know how exactly they circumvene on me, but I simply did not do this. I am unprepared for this trial. I am in poor health. I was in poor health and doctoring at the time that they arrested me, and they knew that. The police have made gross exaggerations in their reports, and I do not recognize that firearm. This is the first time I am seeing a picture of the firearm used in this murder, and I do not recognize it. That was not in the trunk of my car when they stopped me. They did not have a warrant when they stopped me.
Objection.
The objection is overruled at this time. The warrant was discussed in the state's opening. Mr. Lychwick, though, I will remind you that you're venturing a little into argumentative territory. So I want you to just focus on what you believe the evidence will show, and you can infer arguments in your closing arguments, okay?
All right?
Go ahead.
I caught some gross exaggerations immediately with the prosecution's opening statement here. They're telling you that Detective Stern had presented me with a copy of the search warrant, which he did when they went and destroyed my apartment. And in the search warrant, Mr. Carlos's name was on the search warrant. And I knew everyone in our building there, down at the bottom of the hill here, knew that Mr. Carlos was being looked for, that he was missing. Detective Pavlik of the Waukesha Police Department took an initial statement from me the night that they were examining the crime scene. When I was returning from a social engagement, I gave my statement to him, and he asked me if I had seen Mr. Carlos around anywhere recently, and I told him, of course, that I had not. This is a gross exaggeration. I don't know how the detective can wear his badge with honor and blow something like this out of proportion and use this as an excuse to center on me in this affair. I was never walking around in the area where the poor man was found. I was never in that area. And yet the state is telling you that I was walking in the area where the poor man was found. I was not. I was never in that area. Quite the contrary. The man who discovered the body and was an initial suspect of this crime, Mr. Polly, who is now missing.
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to sustain that objection. I'm not sure how the testimony is going to come out regarding that, but I think that's something that's outside the scope of this trial. So I want you to focus on the evidence that will be shown in this trial. You may proceed.
I would like to say that Mr. Polly was the one who was...
Objection.
I don't know what his next statement's going to be. What were you going to say, Mr. Lychwick? You want to say that Mr. Polly is...
Mr. Polly, a very suspicious character in this building to begin with, was seen quite frequently in the area where the poor man was found, where the remains were found.
I object.
Poor man.
Hang on one moment. Attorney Tombosco, are you objecting to that statement?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because it's contrary to this court's pretrial rulings regarding Denny evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm sustaining that objection. At this point, I want you to focus on the state's opening, your opening, the evidence that you believe will be presented. And I'm reminding you of the scope of some of my pretrial rulings about what can come in and what cannot come in into evidence. You may proceed.
The defense, in my defense here, the prosecution is maintaining that Mr. Lefebvre's camera captured me walking around in the area that I lived in. I have reasons for being out the few times that I went out at night. As anybody, I'm living in a wilderness area. We're not allowed pets in my buildings. I put food out for the rabbits. I carry a rake to clean up the area under the tree where I leave the lettuce rinds that I give the rabbits. I also curious as to where the local possums that are supposed to hang out in our pine trees live. And I was accused by the prosecution here of carrying a firearm when I was out. As you'll see in the videos that Mr. Lefebvre took with his trail camera, that is not a firearm, and it has been recognized as not a firearm. If the state maintains that it is, I will object to that because it is a flashlight in an old camera case on my belt. I did not walk around with a pistol. I did have a pistol in one of the bags that they found during their illegal car stop, and it was
Objection.
The objection?
Again, he's violating the court's pretrial ruling.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, there were motions heard before the trial about legality and illegality of any searches. The court has made a ruling that the searches in this case were valid and they were constitutional. So I'm not going to permit arguments that the searches were not legal. You may continue.
Well, the police did not have a search warrant at the time that they took my car.
Objection.
Again, that, Mr. Lychwick, is something that would be ruled on pretrial. It's not a trial issue for this jury to determine whether or not there was a warrant present. You may continue.
I'm up against a lot here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I am a God-fearing man. I'm telling you, I did not know the poor victim. I did not even know him to where if I saw him in a store or he saw me, we would have said anything to one another. It is a 16-unit apartment building. We have multiple people living in each unit, and I have my lady friend, and I spend a lot of time away from my 16-unit building. Doing my own business, minding my own business. We all are good people in that building. We mind our own business. As I told the Channel 4 reporter who interviewed me shortly after Mr. Carlos was found, and this whole thing blew over. And as I told Channel 4, Leslie Clough of Channel 4 who interviewed me, this whole thing was bizarre. Right around Halloween, they find the poor man, and nobody heard anything or saw anything. It was just bizarre. And as I told Ms. Clough, we're all good people in the building. We mind our own business. We're on different schedules. Again, as far as me and the victim go, I really never saw him that much. The closest look I've ever had of him was at the picture they just showed on the screen this morning. There was another misstatement made by the prosecution, and the prosecution is maintaining that that I wrote some that they had evidence of the victim's name in my apartment written on a piece of paper. That is totally false. I had nothing at all with the victim's name on it. I did not know the victim that well. I'm sure he was a very nice man and everything, but I would have liked to have known him probably, but I simply did not. We were all on, I say again, different schedules, moving around on different time frames and timelines. I am acting as my own defense because...
Objection.
Mr. Lychwick, I don't know the jury needs to know the reasons for that. It is your decision to make. You have exercised your right to represent yourself. The court has granted that request, and that's the end of it. The reasons for that or behind that is not anything the jury needs to consider.
It was an excruciating decision, Your Honor.
Mr. Lychwick, that's not anything the jury needs to consider in trying this case. That's not for the jury to consider in their deliberations, okay? So move on, please.
Look, I enter these proceedings under protest as well because I am not an attorney, and I have no access to my assets right now, and I had no access to telephone or computer.
But I'm objecting to this. I don't see the possible relevance to the evidence.
The objection is sustained. This is all not relevant, Mr. Lychwick. You are in court now representing yourself. You are held to the standards of an attorney. And you, if you have anything else regarding what you anticipate the evidence to show in this case that's relevant, you may present that.
I have developed evidence through the discovery process in this case that strongly will prove that the Waukesha Police Department, namely 5 to 7 of these officers and detectives involved in this case, have compiled this evidence on their own. That they have falsely introduced this evidence against me. It is not just. It is not legal what they are doing. I came across hard evidence of their abilities and their intents and their lack of ethics when I received discovery evidence in the form of Axon body cameras from the night that they took my car on 1st December 2024. I found that there were sections missing from the body camera footage, including audio sections that were reworked and redubbed. I have not been able to get the state public defender to provide for the minimal cost to analyze the footage and the audio section of the footage to prove my point and to prove tampering and tainted evidence in this case, which should have resulted in this case being thrown out at least 8 months ago. It should not have come this far. But I have not been able to get my only source of defense, which was the State Public Defender's Office, who I took at face value, owing to their title, to provide me with the minimal, like I say again, the minimal amount of cost to develop the evidence, which is a very cost effective and relatively easy method that an amateur could process this evidence and show from the body camera footage and pulling it apart on a video editor, which is present on any computer. The fact that the Waukesha Police Department had doctored this film footage and doctored the audio portion of the film footage. What they cut out was the fact that they bungled the car stop. It was completely contrived. As soon as I was pulling into the gas station from Appleton, Wisconsin, where they followed me apparently, they stopped me at the driveway of the gas station, and Officer C.D. Baca was exiting his police cruiser along with Officer Tyndall, trip over each other and start laughing. One says, "Stopped going 35 and a 25," and they start laughing. And the other one says, "Stopped going 35 and a 25." And they cut that out. And then I was offered a ride home when Detective Stern over here offered me a ride home because he said he was going to seize my car and have a warrant typed up at the police station so they could search the car. And I accepted the ride home down the hill from the Quick Trip gas station here on Pewaukee Road because it was quite cold and I wasn't feeling well. And Officer C.D. Baca of the Waukesha Police Department offered to take me home. And I tried making some small talk with him in the police cruiser. Just asked him if he'd catch any of the football games on recently or anything. And then when he let me out of the police cruiser in my driveway, which was dark and foreboding at that hour, being winter going towards 6:30 in the evening, Officer C.D. Baca did proceed to threaten me. He stated that I had better back them up on the fact that they're stopping me for speeding, going 35 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, which, by the way, does not exist on Pewaukee Road in the area where they stopped me. And I looked at, he was standing in the shadows with another officer behind him, who also pulled up in a police cruiser in my driveway. And they were holding on to their pistols. They had their hands on their pistols in a threatening manner. And I didn't know what was going to happen. And I looked at them, which you'll still see on the body camera footage if they show it. My reaction to C.D. Baca's threats are, yeah, all right, God. And I just wanted to get out of there and get into my apartment at that point. that they left into the body camera footage, but otherwise they have me saying, sure, the words coming out of my mouth were not those that I actually stated that night, which is tampering with the evidence, which is fraud. I was made to say, as you'll see on their version of the body camera footage, definitely, I agree with you. You know, have a good night and all this kind of stuff. That was not in the original Axon body camera footage filmed that night by the two police officers. That is tampering with evidence. I have tried to bring that before the court. I wanted to. I have the chain of custody of that evidence here, which shows considerable attention to Officer C.D. Baca's Axion body camera footage and Officer Tyndall's body camera footage. I can show that according to the jargon used with digital technology now, they call the data acquired by the filming and the audio portion of any body camera footage. And indeed, many of the footage that we ourselves are prone to photographing when we use our cell phones and everything is called checksum data. And in the evidence that I have in my disposal, which was presented to me on discovery by the prosecution and the police, I'm assuming they didn't think that me and my defense would come across this, but I did. And it clearly shows that they have changed this checksum data at least twice on C.D. Baca's body camera footage. Again, I strongly urge the jury to consider the tampering of evidence in this case. This case should have been dismissed at least 8 months ago when I discovered this evidence, which was given to me late by my first state public defender attorney, who was grossly inadequate and not providing me the correct defense that I needed, and I was forced to terminate him as my public defender. I emphatically deny any involvement in this crime. I am a law-abiding citizen. I am a good Christian of the Lutheran faith. I am a responsible citizen. I am an ex-police officer myself. I served as a security police officer in the United States Air Force. If this trial proceeds in a manner which should deny me the justice that, in large part, I am really not qualified to oversee, as I am not a trained attorney, this will be a travesty of justice. I ask you to please consider the fact that a serious wrong is being perpetrated here. It will serve nobody if the state and the police, the several police officers of the many good police officers in the Waukesha Police Department have their way here. For one thing.
Yeah, I'm listening on my phone. My dog needs to go out.
The victim and his family will not receive justice. And they should definitely receive justice. The killer or killers, in my personal opinion, I think more than one person was involved in this homicide.
Objection.
Mr. Lychwick, consistent with the court's pretrial rulings on Denny evidence, the court will sustain that objection. It's also, the court will sustain the objection. Anything else, Mr. Lychwick?
Well, yes, Your Honor. Is that Denny evidence?
Yes.
And I must ask you to consider the fact that a person is considered innocent until proven guilty in this country. And I certainly am not guilty of this crime. And if a travesty of justice is allowed to take place at the culmination of this trial, the perpetrators of this crime will be allowed to roam free and perhaps kill again. You should consider that. The police should be put on the track of whoever did this to this man again, because while I'm in custody here, the state is under the false impression that they have their man, if you will, and they're not looking for the killer anymore. That is a serious miscarriage of justice in itself. That is a serious safety issue for public at large. I ask you to please weigh that in here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, I ask you to do your best, and I thank you for coming today and doing your duty as a citizen. I would have done the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will remind you that opening statements are not evidence. At this point in this case, you have heard exactly zero evidence. There's no evidence in this case yet presented to you. The only thing that's been presented is opening statements, and those are not evidence. So as you take a break for lunch, I will caution you to not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't come to any conclusions yet. You can certainly call to loved ones and check in and just state that you got selected for a jury. This is the trial you're on, but otherwise don't say anything about the case so far or this process. Also, do not seek out any information on social media or news or Twitter or X or anything like that while you are on break. It is 12:27 right now. I want to give you time to take a break and get lunch. Let's reconvene at 1:40 p.m. and we should be ready to start the evidence at that time.
Jury.
You may be seated. We are now outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Lychwick, I just want to caution you on one thing. You made the statement that you are here in custody. Great efforts are being undertaken here to make sure the jury doesn't consider the fact that you're in custody. So it may be beneficial to you if you try to refrain from making that known to the jury. I know the state probably was on the verge of objecting to that, but didn't want to call undue attention to it, and I didn't want to interrupt and cause undue attention to it. It seemed more of an offhand comment, but nonetheless, it is for your benefit and your protection during this case to not have the jury know that.
Your Honor, I think it's an important facet of this case, because it shows the fact that it's part of the fact that the reason why I'm having trouble defending myself and don't have counsel and am so unprepared to defend myself.
And it's not. It's not. It's not anything the jury is to consider. It should not sway their decision one way or the other, whether or not you're in custody. And you are your attorney, and you are held to the standards of an attorney. And whether that attorney is well prepared or not prepared at all, nonetheless, the trial's going. So that is not to be considered by the jury either. Any further statements about your preparedness, this being a travesty of justice, you not having sufficient time to review discovery, things like that, I'm not going to let that go any further. That's not relevant for the jury. It's not evidence, and it has no place in the trial. Understood?
With reluctance.
Okay. We are adjourned until 12:40. Anything else from the state?
I would also ask that the court admonish Mr. Lychwick to not make any more statements regarding his prior counsel being ineffective. That's quite frankly his opinion. There has been no finding by this court or Judge Schoenborn for the time that she presided over this case that any counsel has been ineffective. And so I think that is completely inappropriate for Mr. Lychwick to be arguing that as well.
Attorney Thompson, Attorney Jones withdrew at the defendant's request, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Lychwick, I think that's a fair point, too, that the state makes. Both of your prior attorneys withdrew at your request, and you have made the decision to represent yourself. So calling your prior counsel ineffective or saying that, or implying that the public defender's office hasn't met your needs, things of that nature are also irrelevant, too. And that goes to the court's finding that you are competent to represent yourself, and I granted your motion to represent yourself. That's as far as it goes. All the jury needs to know is that you're representing yourself pursuant to the Constitution. All right, we are adjourned until 12:40.
Well, lunchtime already, guys. So, considering we haven't been live that long, I don't think I'm gonna stop this live. I forgot I was. Just because I don't feel like redoing the whole thing. So I need to find something to talk about. for the next hour, and they're on my time, so it's not that far from me. I think maybe about 4 hours. Waukesha. Hey, Google, how far is Waukesha, Wisconsin from Maquoketa? Google. Oh, Google. Okay, well, let's go to Surrey. Yes, I'm still suffering with that same dang cold. So that other trial started. Well, we can read through some things on this trial. So he, in fact, was his neighbor. A Waukesha man is accused of unaliving his neighbor and hiding the body. Prosecutors charged Kevin Lychwick with first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. While the victim's body was found in October, prosecutors believed he was unalived in April. The man is charged with first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse after police say he unalived his neighbor and hid the body. The body was found back on October 30th in a wooded area near Moreland and north in Waukesha. But police say the victim was actually unalived months earlier. Prosecutors say the man responsible for the crime is 60-year-old Kevin Lychwick. Investigators believe he shot 56-year-old Carlos Maldonado in the head back in April. They say Lychwick wrapped the body in a plastic tarp and bound Malondo's hands with duct tape. Carlos' family talked with police about their loved one's disappearance. Both Lychwick and the victim lived across from each other in the same apartment building. A passerby found the body in October near the apartment and called police. Police Captain Dan Bauman says Lychwick was caught on surveillance cameras walking to the woods in the middle of the night. But he said he didn't have a weapon. It was a flashlight, according to him. Other evidence was later found in his apartment, and Bauman said the weapon used to unalive Maldonado was found in Lychwick's car. A note in Lychwick's apartment made police even more concerned. I mean, anything is possible. I mean, not saying that this gentleman is not guilty, because everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Someone could have threw. What if his windows were down? Somebody could have threw the weapon inside his car. A note in Lychwick's apartment made police even more concerned. He was a detailed, oriented individual. Some would say he's creepy. Captain Bauman said he believed he had a hit list. We believe that he had information, that he had grievances with others. What could this Carlos, honestly, if this truly happened, what was it? Those others were not local. So the other people on the list were not local. Police do not believe there are any other victims. Lychwick made his initial appearance in Waukesha County Court on Monday, December 9th. Cash bond was set for $5 million. As a condition of bond for the safety of everyone else living in that building, Lychwick was ordered not to have any contact with his neighbors. or anyone on the list. Accused victim were neighbors. Again, both Lychwick and Maldonado lived in the same apartment building. So he must have lived in the hall, like the hall over from his apartment. Like if he were to open his apartment door, he could probably look out and see the victim's apartment door. Lived in the same apartment building. Fox 6 News spoke with the property owner on Monday, who said the story has been heartbreaking. The property owner said Lychwick and Maldonado lived across the hall from each other, but he did not know if the two had any relationship outside of being neighbors. The property owner told Fox 6 News both Lychwick and Maldonado were great tenants. Maldonado had lived there for at least 3 years, and Lychwick lived there for 7. Neighbors told Fox 6 News they are shocked to hear Lychwick had been living in the building since the unaliving. I'm just upset about it as everybody else, and my heart breaks for everybody, for the person accused and the person that is the victim, said Jeff Soper, apartment property owner. Just being right in our backyard, that's scary, said Deb Hernandez, a Waukesha resident. Waukesha police said Lychwick is not talking to them. So he invoked his First Amendment right, which is, or he took the Fifth, so he never spoke to anybody. What the heck is a beach hazard? Let's see if we can find any information on the victim. So I see a picture of their apartment building. It's kind of like my apartment building. So he was found near the park.
The man accused of killing his neighbor and having a hit list with more people on it has entered a not guilty plea. Kevin Lychwick was back in court this morning. He is charged with killing his 56-year-old neighbor, Maldonado, back in. So,
A Waukesha man pled not guilty in court Monday in the death of a man whose body was found wrapped in a tarp near Frame Park. So, in October. So, I'm not sure of their address, but we could look up Frame Park, though. Let's look it up. I'm not sure of their apartment building, but let's look at a thing of Waukesha, Wisconsin. Waukesha. I'm sure I didn't spell that right. Waukesha. 2 hours from me. I think my boyfriend has family that lives in Waukesha, I think. He went there over the summer for a family thing. I think it was Waukesha. I don't know. He said he didn't go very far. So let's find the park. What was it called again? Frame Park. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let me share this. Remove. No. So here's the park. That's the park. I'm not sure of what the address was. It's pretty though. I don't understand, if you're going to be that close to the water, why not use the water? I wonder where. Hold on a second. I got to blow my nose, y'all. Okay. I don't think it states what the address is. Well, we can keep reading this too, because it does give some more information. So, a Waukesha man is in court Monday and pled not guilty in the unaliving of a man whose body was found wrapped in a tarp near Frame Park in October. Kevin Lychwick, 62, is charged with first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. Police made the discovery on October 30th, but initially were unable to identify the body due to its condition. Police said the body was badly decomposed and later identified it through dental records. The body was identified as Carlos Maldonado. An autopsy performed on November 1st by the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office ruled the death a homicide after multiple gunshots, projectiles were found in the body. According to a criminal complaint, Maldonado's daughter reported him missing on May 21st, saying he had been missing since around April 15th. You know, that's a long time to not report. Like, my dad was like, I couldn't get a hold of him for one day. I was all in an uproar. No, not a whole month's going to go by. Police also spoke to Melando's roommate who said, who said she last saw him. Oh, this keeps going out. When he borrowed her car to return a rented saw. It is bizarre. It is bizarre. You wonder what is going on. Conrad Lychwick, I suppose I was told he likes to go by Conrad, who lives in the apartments near the body was found, told TMJ4's Rebecca Klopp. This is the third body found in the span of a month in the city of Waukesha. On September 6th, police said a man accidentally drowned in the river in Frame Park On October 27th, a homeless person was found unalived from natural causes on the Glacial Drumlin Trail. Police said this body was found in the woods. The next hearing, well, of course, was February 7th, but now we're at the trial. I gotta plug my phone in. But that's the park, so. It's too bad. I mean, in my mind, everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law by a jury of his peers or her peers. So I'm going to find every reason to think that this man is not guilty of this crime, you know, because they're already showing us the body cam footage was spliced and dubbed together. Why? What was the need for that? And then the search warrant that they obviously did not want out there of the unlawful search and seizure of the car. So there are things that they don't want the jury to hear. And then I understand the judge telling him to stop saying he's in custody, because they're making every point to make sure that they know he's not, like letting him wear street clothes. He's not in handcuffs. I don't know if he's free to move around, but I think that's why they're staying seated, because maybe under the table he's chained to the table, so they just decided everyone would just stay seated, unless of course they had to go to the bench. Then I don't know how they're going to handle that. So there's another trial starting today too. The one, the millionaire, where the girl was on the on the fancy boat in Florida, and she passed away. Well, I mean, it was due to drowning, I think. Let's check this out.
Of 43 miles an hour to 47 miles per hour. He struck that steel channel marker at just under 50 miles per hour. The witness who will tell you how this crash happened has no bias, no prejudice, and no sympathy. This witness has a perfect memory. And this witness is not swayed by money or privilege or power. That witness is Global Positioning System Data, better known as GPS. The GPS from the defendant's boat is how we know the way that this crash occurred, because the GPS told the truth about what happened. George Pino did not. But before I get into the details of the GPS analysis that was done in this case, I'd like to give you a little bit of an idea of what was happening on September 4th, 2022. The defendant, George Pino, and his wife, Cecilia, had planned a wonderful weekend celebration over the Labor Day weekend. Their younger daughter, who was also named Cecilia Pino, but went by Little Ceci, named after her mom, She was going to turn 18 later that week. And so the family invited a bunch of little Ceci's friends to come to a location called Ocean Reef Resort to have a weekend of fun, hanging out together, going out on the boat, having a celebration dinner. At around 2:52 that Sunday afternoon, they got into George Pino's boat. 12 kids, the defendant, and his wife. Before leaving for Ocean Reef Resort, before leaving the resort, however, that boat was stocked with some food and drinks. And the drinks that were stocked on that boat were not just water, were not just sodas. There was alcohol, lots of it stocked on that boat.
Okay.
Now the plan was to head out Can you all see okay? The plan was to go from here, which is where the location of Ocean Reef is, where I'm circling this blue dot, and to traverse across this little narrow waterway, and then head up toward this location, which is called the Cutter Bank Channel. Now, for those that might not be boaters, what you'll learn in this case is that a channel is an area of the bay that's dredged out to be deep, because a lot of Biscayne Bay is relatively shallow. And if a large boat that has a keel under it has a draft that's too far, that boat's going to run aground, and that'll cause a danger to everyone. So in areas where the bay is shallow, there will be dredged out locations. And to keep people safe and to let boaters know where they can maneuver their maybe larger vessels, there are what's called channel markers on either side. They're big steel poles, and on one side of the channel, there will be odd numbered markers in day glow green, and on the other side, there will be even numbered markers in red. The plan for that day was Mr. Pino went up through this channel, and he and other boats were going to rendezvous at this location here, which is called Billy's Point. It's a popular location where people will come to, dock their boats, tie their boats up to other boats, and people will socialize, have fun, sometimes drink alcohol, have food, listen to music, things of that nature. However, when they get to this area where I have the orange dot, Billy's Point, one of the boats that's kind of part of this group, it's too big to dock there. You can see where the water along here is, or this is like a lighter blue that shows shallower water. So what they do instead is they head up further north here to where I have this red dot. It's slightly deeper water, and that's where the defendant and several other boats basically stay for a few hours, okay? So once they get to that part of the sandbar where the water is a little deeper, the plan was at the end of their time there, they were going to return back down to Ocean Reef because the defendant had planned a surprise party for his daughter. And it was going to be a catered dinner from like 9 p.m. to 11. To give you a little bit better of an idea of how the channel works, I have this exhibit also. And this gives you a little bit more of a close view of where the defendant was going to travel. So here we have where Ocean Reef is. Here is the area where he would traverse. And then this area here that I'm circling, that is called Cutter Bank. And there are channel markers, 15, 14, 13A. There's channel marker 12 all along this channel so that boats can safely travel through it, okay? And I have one more that's just a little bit closer so you can really get an idea of where those markers are through here. And all of this evidence you'll see during the trial. This is in your only chance. When the defendant was traveling north to get up to where the sandbar was, he was traveling at a pretty moderate speed, maybe like in the 30s or so. Also, he was navigating the boat in a way that's consistent with seeing other vessels because, again, this is Labor Day weekend, and the waters are a little busier during holiday weekends than they are, during the business day. The defendant and the kids and his wife, all on his boat, get up to the area of the sandbar at about 3:23 that Sunday afternoon. Now let's talk a little bit about what was going on at the sandbar. There, Mr. Pino dropped his anchor, and the girls that were on his boat would, hang out with each other. There was another boat that was, the owner was friendly with Mr. Pino. He had some boys on his boat, so the girls and the boys were swimming back and forth with the boats, listening to music, having a great time. They would hang on to floating devices, interact with each other, and yeah, they were drinking. The teens on the boat, on Mr. Pino's boat, helped themselves to alcoholic drinks that the Pinos provided. The adults kind of knew what was going on, and the thought was, look, if kids are going to drink, it's better if they're drinking in the company of hopefully responsible adults rather than do something on their own. But the teenagers weren't the only ones that had consumed alcohol that afternoon. So did Mr. Pino. This was really one big happy party. Here's a picture of most of the girls that were there that afternoon. Many of these girls knew each other from elementary school. What a great day this would have been. Oh. This girl here in the white bathing suit with the cute little flowers, that's Lucy. At one point that afternoon, Lucy's mom and dad, who were also at Ocean Reef, had been asked by their daughter, Mom, Dad, come on out to the boat. We're going out with the Pinos. Come meet us out at the sandbar. Now, Lucy's dad, who you'll meet during this trial, he was kind of tired. He had golfed earlier in the day, but he and his wife figured, if your teenage kid is saying that she wants to see you, even when she's with a lot of her friends, let's suck it up, let's go. We're gonna go see our daughter. And so Mr. and Mrs. Fernandez took their own boat out and wound up rendezvousing with where the Pino boat was and a couple of the other boats that were there. What you'll learn is that Mr. Fernandez didn't really want to stay a very long time because he had plans later that day to watch the game between FSU and LSU with his dad who lived at Ocean Reef. So his plan was to go out there, see his daughter, engage with the people that they all knew, and then try to leave by around 5:30 or so that he could be back in time to clean off the boat, get cleaned up, and then go over to his dad's condo on Ocean Reef. While Mr. Fernandez is there, he too consumes some alcohol. He winds up toward the end of the day getting ready to leave. And as he and his wife are getting ready to leave, they kind of thought about what a great afternoon it had been. They were glad that they'd gone out to see their daughter. At one point, their daughter swims over to the boat and she asks her dad for some sunscreen and a hair tie, to make a ponytail with her hair. She hugged her dad before jumping back off the boat, and that was the last time Andy Fernandez ever got to hug his child. Before leaving, Andy took this picture with his phone. You can see this is the defendant's boat. You see people floating around. You see people on the boat. What could have been more fun than being lucky enough to be out on the waters, to have a weekend at Ocean Reef with friends that you've known practically your whole life. What a magical day this could have been. Now, they were there at that sandbar for almost 3 hours. And the evidence is going to suggest that perhaps Mr. Pino overstayed the time that he wanted to be there. Why? Because when he starts getting the girls to rendezvous back onto his boat, 12, 17-year-olds plus his wife and him, he leaves the area here. Where they had been, and begins to traverse back down south, where he's going to traverse through Cutter Bank Channel to get back to Ocean Reef. Why? I told you about him having a party planned. This was the invoice for that party. It was to go from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. It was going to be a custom buffet with salads, mini burgers, chicken, all of this kind of stuff. It was an outdoor venue that was going to be catered, and it was supposed to be a great time. But my goodness, yes, 12 teenage girls that are going to need to get showered, get their hair dried, get ready to go out for this event. Now, these girls were staying in a home that the Pinos had rented for that weekend. It wasn't like some gigantic mansion. So what winds up happening is, as he's heading back toward Ocean Reef,
I don't know what happened.
he is going faster than when he was going up there. And when he was going up to the sandbar, we know from the GPS that he was kind of circumnavigating things like this.
Hey, you
What
said
we
you
know
were
from the
going to share
GPS
with
is that
Leah.
when he was coming back, he was doing a lot more straight through traveling.
Oh.
Now, the waterways, of course, are different from the roadways. We don't have speed limit signs in the same way on the water that we have on land. But there are rules that are to be followed. Even if there is no speed limit, one of the rules is that you must operate your vessel at a safe speed for the conditions. I already talked with you about the fact that there's a rule you are to operate your vessel on the starboard or right-hand side of the channel. George Pino operated his boat on a plane, which means that it's basically just skimming the surface of the water. He's gotten so fast that the boat is just traveling on top of the water. He's operating it on the port side, meaning the left side of the channel, not the right. And as he was going through that channel, heading back to Ocean Reef, just as he had his GPS on the way up, his GPS was on the way back. The GPS on his boat tracked his every move, his direction, when he changed direction, and it tracked his speed. The GPS on his boat was like a silent witness, watching and recording his every move. So you'll learn in this trial a little bit about how GPS works. For now, I will just leave you with this.
Why does it keep doing that? It's not my internet. Because they're still talking. You just can't see or hear it. Maybe they got bad weather in Florida.
properly interpreting it, can tell you moment by moment where the boat is going, how fast it's going, and how long goes by from one time when you change direction to the next time you change direction. So what winds up?
Oh.
On the way to, yes, this is the GPS data that we have from the defendant heading, before he leaves, heading up this way to where Elliott Key is. And then you see these little, like track mark, track mark, track mark, these little blue dots. Those are track marks. Those show every time the boat is being changed in direction. This is where he originally gets to at Billy's Point, but it's too shallow for one of his friend's boats to be there. So he heads up, up, up further north until they get right here. Then, and he gets there at about 3:47. From there, the GPS is turned off because the boat's anchored. What do you need your GPS for? At 6:18, the GPS is fired back up again. And we know, track mark, track mark, track mark, he's navigating his way through here. And now look at what we see here. Straight lines, track mark, straight line, track mark, straight line. A very different driving pattern to get back than to get up there. So what do we know happens as once he starts entering into Cutter Banks? We know that he is going straight down this way, right? There's a channel marker here, channel marker 14. Here is channel marker 15. This would be the channel, and he's hugging the left side of that channel. And what we know is that before he gets to channel marker 15, right, at 6:37 and 28 seconds, he has his last track mark. That's the last time he changed direction. And what did he do? He tried to avoid channel marker 15 right here. But it was too late. Let me back up a bit. So here we see the defendant's track lines heading up, and here he is coming back on the return track. And we see one track point here and one track point here, which is less than 30 feet away from where that channel marker is. And what we know is that when he leaves this track mark, he was going 43 miles per hour. This last track mark, right before he hits the channel marker, he's going 47 miles an hour. He's literally accelerating through that channel. What is this? All these little track marks here? This is after his boat crashes into the channel marker. Because he was not wearing a thing called a kill switch, which you attach like to your waistline or something, so that if you get ejected from the boat, it kills the engines so that nobody will get chopped up by a propeller. Thankfully, even though he was not wearing a kill switch, which is why we see the boat is still moving because the engines are still running, thank goodness nobody got chopped up in this case. To give you an idea of what it looks like for a 29-foot center console vessel to smash into a steel pole as fast as George Pino did, what you'll learn in this case is that we all have to talk like sailors a little bit in this case, right? So starboard and port, right and left. So this is the starboard side of his boat. And what happened is he initially hits with the front of the vessel right here called the bow. Boats, unlike cars, are not made of metal. They're made of fiberglass, which is plastic. And unlike metal that crunches and crashes, plastic flexes. So when he first hits that, the boat flexes. And what winds up happening is the boat rides up on the channel marker and literally is gouged open by the board that's at the top of that channel marker that says 15. And it rips the boat right open. When it comes to the other side of the channel marker, it's taking on water like crazy through this gigantic, gash mark in the boat. And as the boat is in the water and taking on all this water, it flips upside down. This is a picture of the vessel at final rest. You can see that huge gaping hole in the boat. Now, in the aftermath of this crash, it was chaos. The only person who was keeping a lookout for this vessel was the defendant. His wife, who was seated next to him in the center console, she was on her phone. The kids were all thinking that George Pino's going to get them home safely. They're not keeping lookout for danger. This all came as a shock to them. It should not have been a shock to the defendant because the evidence will show that 9 seconds prior to impact, George Pino changed direction just 5 degrees to port, just a little nudge to the left side of that channel. And when he did that, he was on a complete collision course, an absolute collision course with where channel marker 15 is. For 9 seconds, from this moment, when you're out on the water, as you'll learn in this case, you can see that channel marker ahead of you if you're looking. For 9 seconds, he never changes direction. He smashes right into it. And to give you an idea of how long that is, that's how long he was on a collision course with that gigantic steel pole. After the boat hits the channel marker, some girls are ejected from it, some girls jump off the boat, but there are now 14 people in that water. One by one, the girls who were not too badly injured try to seek out and find their friends. The defendant's wife, same. The defendant, though, he just kind of holds on to the front of his boat, which is now upside down, and the anchor of his boat has become the canopy, because the canopy of his boat is now on the bottom of Biscayne Bay. One by one, they're trying to account for all the girls. Where's Ceci? Where's Kathy? Where's Mia? Where's Caro? All these girls. And eventually, through all that chaos, there are some that are not conscious. There's some that are borderline conscious. Everybody is accounted for but one. They're looking and looking. Where's Lucy? Where's Lucy? Somebody yells to the defendant, still holding on to his boat. Look under the boat. Maybe she's trapped under there. She was. The injuries she sustained were not great injuries, but she didn't die from those injuries. She died because she drowned. She was underwater, unconscious, and she drowned. When Lucy's body is found, she's brought up onto a Good Samaritan boat. Because this was Labor Day weekend, there was a fair amount of vessel traffic out there. And without too much time going by one, Good Samaritans came and tried to help get all these people out of the water. When Lucy was brought on board, there were people on that little boat who started performing CPR on her. People start calling the police for fire rescue, for help. Now, it's tricky to give your exact location when you're on the water if you don't know how to give your coordinates, because it's not like you can look up and say, oh, I'm at the intersection of 12th Avenue and 14th Street. So sometimes it takes a little bit longer for first responders to get to the scene of a boat crash. Well, when the first responders get there, they know that Lucy is in dire shape. You'll hear that one officer, when he approaches, he's seeing a helicopter from above, which is trying to lower a paramedic onto the boat that Lucy's on. But the problem is the boat Lucy's on isn't very large, and the wash from the propellers is starting to make that boat spin. So he has to nudge his police boat up against the boat Lucy's on, and another officer has to do the same to keep the boat steady enough that it will be safe for the paramedic to come onto the boat. Once the paramedic is on the boat, they load Lucy up onto a backboard and they transfer her to another boat. And then that boat takes off for this location here, Elliott Key, which is a long, really narrow island. And right about in the middle of it, there's a ranger station. And that's a place where it would be safe for a helicopter to land to then take Lucy to a hospital as fast as possible. Well, all along the way that they are trying to get her to Elliott Key, the officers are taking turns doing CPR on Lucy. The fire rescue guy is trying to intubate her. They're trying to get her heart pumping so that blood and oxygen will get to her brain. As you can imagine, a scene like this is pretty chaotic. The man who was tasked with the responsibility of managing this chaos is named William Thompson. He was at the time an investigator with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, better known as FWC. Since the time of this crash, he's been promoted and he is now a lieutenant. Lieutenant Thompson was responsible for coordinating with all the different responders that came to this scene. Officers from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Marine Patrol Unit. There were Coast Guard officials that came to the scene. There was other fire rescue units that came to the scene. There's the management of finding out who's injured, what's the level of injuries, conducting that kind of triage, figuring out what hospitals different people are going to go to. And beyond that, he also needed to find out what happened. How did this happen? The girls really couldn't give him any information. They're not paying attention, because what you'll learn is that on the bow of the defendant's boat, up in this area here, there was a girl sitting on every seat available. The defendant and his wife were sitting at the center console, and there were two girls that were seated in the back. These girls up front, their backs are to what's coming up ahead of them, and they're hanging out with each other, so they can't really tell what happened. And the defendant's wife was playing on her cell phone. So the only person that Lieutenant Thompson could try to find out how did this crash happen from was the defendant. Now, the defendant himself, for sure, got banged up. He had a cut to his head, a cut to his elbow. I think some of his teeth were, knocked around a bit. But overall, he was okay. He'd been checked out by police officers, fire rescue. He was ultimately transported to Elliott Key, which is where they brought all the other girls that were not tremendously injured. And there, Lieutenant Thompson winds up trying to find out from the defendant what happened. He could find out what happened from the defendant and from the GPS. And like I told you, the GPS told the truth, but he did not. When Lieutenant Thompson is interacting with the defendant, he's wearing what's known as a BWC, a body-worn camera. It's right on his chest. And while he's talking with the defendant at a picnic table that's there, the defendant is seated across from him. Now, you can't really see his face because it's like from chest to chest level, right? But you can hear what's being said. You'll hear the way that Lieutenant Thompson was speaking to the defendant in a calm way, just trying to find out what happened. Because at that point in time, there's no indication that this is a criminal case. They just need to figure out what the heck happened. So as they start talking, the defendant starts explaining himself. But the way he does it was an abdication of his responsibility and accountability, because the evidence in this case is going to show that what he said happened did not happen. What he did to avoid responsibility and accountability is he told this story to Lieutenant Thompson that there was this other vessel that had thrown a big wake in his way. And to keep his passengers safe, he had to try to attack through the wake, like taking evasive action. But we know from the GPS, which Lieutenant Thompson didn't have at that moment, he was on a straight course. I showed you. It was for 9 seconds straight ahead. There was no other boat. He made this up because he didn't want to be blamed for what was clearly his fault.
You will reserve a motion.
So when Lieutenant Thompson asks, how did the crash happen? The defendant tells this story about what the evidence is going to suggest is a phantom boat. Now, clearly, nobody's going to be fully in charge of their rational faculties after a horrific event like this, whether it's your fault or not. This is a really stressful thing for anybody to go through. And he was injured. But he was alert. He was able to walk around. He was able to be responsive to questions. When the defendant told this story of the phantom vessel, he then was asked, would you give a written statement about what happened? This is what he wrote. Going back to ORC, Ocean Reef Club, through channel, pass boat on left side of my boat, veer to the right to avoid big waves. Coming back into the wave, I lost control of steering wheel as boat was going through the big waves. I was ejected from the boat. That's what he said happened. He said it in more detail orally to Lieutenant Thompson, but that's what he wrote. And even when the GPS proved that he was wrong, he doubled down on the things he said to Lieutenant Thompson. Because in the aftermath of this crash, there was a lawsuit against the defendant. And you'll learn that in civil lawsuits, one of the things that happens is a civil attorney may say to the person that they're suing, tell us about how this crash happened. And that kind of a document is called an interrogatory. And when you answer an interrogatory, your answer has to be under oath through the penalties of perjury even. And when he was asked in this interrogatory, how did this crash happen? You know what he said? What I said to Lieutenant Thompson, that's how the crash happened. How did the police wind up getting this GPS data? Well, in an effort to appear cooperative with the police, the defendant signs a form giving them consent to go on his boat and take from it the SIMRAD, that's the brand name of the chart plotter devices or the multifunctioning displays that he has. It's not completely unlike CarPlay if anybody uses their Apple phone with their car, where you can scroll through different maps, charts, things like that. The defendant gives permission for that. And those SIMRAD navigational devices are then brought to a man who is, number one, a former FWC officer. Number two, is currently a lieutenant with the Town of Palm Beach Police Department as an internal affairs supervisor. But also number three is a maritime expert who testifies regularly in the field of safe navigation, safe boating requirements, and also in how to download and interpret GPS data. His name is Paul Albert, and you will hear from him about how GPS works, how he was able to extract GPS data from the defendant's boat, even after it had been upside down and underwater, until they could salvage it and bring it back to shore. He will tell you unequivocally the defendant's boat took no evasive action to avoid striking that channel marker. There was no other boat in that vicinity. The defendant said that there was another boat, which is clearly disproven. He also told Lieutenant Thompson that he had 2 beers while he was out at that sandbar.
The trial that we're watching. Well, they're still at lunch, but it should be any time. Well, I wonder who will be the first witness for the state. I'm sure a detective. Oh, Leah. Oh, Leah.
Did you have a good lunch, Mr. Conrad?
Your Honor, I'm really not prepared for this. I protest these proceedings.
Okay, that's noted. We will bring the jury in when they are ready.
Oh, good. They still haven't come back yet. Wonderful. I decided to eat my lunch.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I could see that as all of you came into the courtroom, you've already been provided a notepad and a pen. Has anyone checked the pen to make sure it works and writes okay? All right, I see a bunch of nods. Then we are going to get started with the evidentiary portion of the trial. The state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Glenda Rose.
Yes.
And how long have you lived at that location?
36 years.
Okay. And is that located right at the bottom of the hill here from the courthouse at the intersection of Moreland and North?
Correct.
And is that an apartment building or a condo building or something else?
16-unit apartment building.
Are there any common stairways in this building?
Yes.
How many?
The two side stairways.
Okay. And is there a parking structure at all on the property?
Underground parking, yes.
Does each resident have access to that underground parking structure?
Yes.
Is each resident assigned or given a parking stall?
Yes.
In that garage, the underground garage, are there also any storage units associated with each apartment unit's parking stall?
Yes.
Can you describe for me what those look like?
It's a storage bin above where the people park their cars.
And is it created out of wooden slats or
Yes.
something else?
Yes, I should have said that.
No, that's okay. You can't be expected to read my mind. Now, having lived in this apartment building for 36 years, is it fair to say that you are able to maintain some familiarity with the residents who live there?
Yes.
And over 36 years, you've seen residents come live there and then subsequently move out. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you have any particular role or responsibilities at the property at 1512 East North?
As things break down, I'm notified and then I contact Jeff, the owner.
So is it fair to say then you're kind of the middle person between the residents and the property owner?
Exactly.
Okay.
Just one moment. Ms. Rose, I know you might be nervous this time.
It's an understatement. Sorry.
Just want to make sure that because my court reporter sitting right in front of you has to take down everything that's said, it's important that you wait for the entire question to be asked before you begin your answer. Just that way people aren't talking over each other, okay?
Sorry.
Thank you. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there an official on-site manager position with the apartment building, or is that something you have kind of taken upon yourself over the years to assist with?
That's me.
And how long have you been in that managerial role?
10 years.
Madam Clerk, if you could please put the screen on just in front of the witness for now. And Ms. Rose, while this is loading, I'm showing you a few exhibits and I'm going to go through each one and then I'll have some questions for you about them when we're finished, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the next one. Okay.
Could you show Exhibit 1 again? I don't know that the screen was up by that time.
It's not on Mr. Lychwick's screen either. Okay, now I can see it's on Mr. Lychwick's screen at council table. I'll go through them one more time just so everyone can see them. Okay, Ms. Rose, having viewed each of those 4 documents, are you familiar with what those documents show?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you did not take these photos or create that floor diagram?
correct.
But is it a fair and accurate depiction of where the building is located and what the property looks like?
Yes,
I would move exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 19 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
First, as to admission of the exhibits, Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to those coming into evidence?
No.
All right, those exhibits are received. And Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to those exhibits being used with the jury?
No.
All right, the state may use the exhibits with the jury.
Now, looking at what is marked as State's Exhibit 1, Ms. Rose, are you familiar with the application of Google Maps?
yes,
Have you seen that used or used it yourself in the past?
yes.
And what does Exhibit 1 show us then?
The building,
At 1512 East North?
correct.
And at the intersection here at Moreland and North?
Yes,
Then moving to Exhibit 2. Are you familiar with a former tenant at this building named Carlos Maldonado?
yes.
Do you know how long Carlos lived there?
I want to say 2 years.
And did you know Mr. Maldonado? And by that, that's kind of a vague question, so I'll rephrase that. How well, if at all, did you know Mr. Maldonado over the time that he lived there?
In passing in the halls, in the laundry room, saying hello and stuff like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know a resident of 1512 East North by the name of Kevin Lychwick?
Yes,
Did you know him by any other first name?
Conrad. Oh,
Well-
sorry.
No, that's okay. Exhibit 2 then, can you describe for me what you see here?
The layout of the apartments.
Okay, and so Carlos lived in between both Mr. Lychwick and you, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, when you are looking outside your windows, what part of the property do you see?
The back hill.
Looking then at exhibit number 19, do you recognize this picture then?
It's the back hill.
Okay, and if we're looking where my cursor is, it looks like a little hand right now, if you can see that. Did you and Mr. Maldonado and Mr. Lychwick live on the first or second floor of this apartment building?
Second floor.
So if you are watching the cursor go back and forth on exhibit 19, is that where your apartments would be in relation to this back hill?
Yes.
Now, I had just asked you if you knew an individual or a resident named Kevin Lychwick, and he also went by a different first name. Which name did you call him?
Conrad.
Is there a particular reason why you called him Conrad versus Kevin?
He has to be called Conrad.
Was there ever a time when you called Mr. Lychwick by Kevin and he demanded that you call him by Conrad?
Yes.
Can you describe for me the tone in which he wanted you or told you he wanted you to call him that name?
It was just very abrupt and said, call me Conrad.
I know you talked about how you were more of acquaintances with Mr. Maldonado and you saw each other in passing and you would say hi. Did you have any kind of relationship with Mr. Lychwick?
No.
Did you ever say hi to him in the hallways?
I would always say hi.
Did he ever reply back to you?
Sure.
Did you ever have conversations or interactions with him in the laundry room like you did with Mr. Maldonado?
Not very often.
Okay. When you did see Mr. Lychwick in passing, was there ever any thought on your part that he wanted to engage in conversation with you?
No,
Did you feel ever in passing with him that you wanted to engage in a conversation with him?
no.
Do you know how long Mr. Lychwick has lived in this apartment building?
I think it was 5 years.
Going back then to the reason you're here today, and I'd like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. On that date, were you at the residence at 1512 East North?
Yes,
And
I did.
can you describe for me what happened when you got that phone call?
Nathan called, actually it was Terry, called and said Nathan found a body outside.
And from there, what did you do?
I went downstairs to go take a look.
And when you got outside, did you go through that back stairwell that we talked about, or did you go through the underground garage or something else?
The back stairwell.
And where did you go from there?
Across the parking lot to where Nathan was standing.
In looking at exhibit number 1, can you see the driveway off of East North Street leading to your apartment building?
Yes,
Actually, that screen in front of you is a touch screen. If you wouldn't mind just kind of drawing a line over that driveway for me.
that's the driveway.
Okay. Now, when you exit out of the stairwell and you go to where you said Nathan was, can you circle for me on exhibit 1 the approximate area in which you saw Nathan? When you go up the driveway, and we can see on exhibit 1 it's slightly curved, is there a retaining wall to the right-hand side when you're driving into the underground parking structure?
Yes,
And above that retaining wall, is there a path?
I don't know if I'd call it a path.
What would you call it, please?
Broken down trees and kind of a walkway, you know, I guess a path, yeah.
No, that's okay. If you call it something different, I don't want to put words in your
Yeah.
mouth.
I mean, it's I guess a path.
Okay.
It's a
And
walkway.
And we can see on exhibit 1, this property is surrounded by trees where it's not surrounded by roadways. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And those woods, are they thick with vegetation and brush and bushes and trees, or is it more of a stark
Thick.
type of wooded area?
correct, yes.
And when you go on top of that hill that we observed in exhibit 3, I'm sorry,
Don't-
exhibit 19.
Before we change off of Exhibit 1, if you don't intend for the witness to make any further markings on it, let's capture that with the
Okay.
witness's markings. She's drawn a green line on the driveway and a green circle to signify where she met up with Nathan. We'll capture this. This will be 1A.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Rose, going back to exhibit 19, we can see the upward slope of this hill. On top of that hill area, is there also still trees and brush and vegetation up there as well?
Yes,
Is there a slight clearing at the top of that hill where some of the residents might do some gardening?
yes,
This back area here in Exhibit 19, is that open to all of the residents that live at 1512 East North?
yes.
Okay. Now, you come outside, you go to where Nathan is standing, and what do you see?
A pile of twigs and a tarp, and then it was opened where I could see a body.
Objection. Not not facts of this case. The body was found at the bottom of the hill, not the bottom of the hill, but rather at the end of the driveway.
All right, the objection is overruled. The witness can testify about what she saw. If there's additional evidence through another witness, that may be presented as well. But the answer was responsive, so it's overruled. You may continue.
Now, Ms. Rose, I'm going to show you what you previously looked at and what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 3. What does Exhibit 3 show?
Pretty much what I found.
Pretty much what you found, or what you found, or
What I
something
found,
else?
Yeah. Yeah.
One at a time, please. Can you finish your question?
Yes. Exhibit 3, does that show exactly what you found when you walked out of the garage? I'm sorry, the stairwell, or something else?
Something else.
Okay, then what does Exhibit 3 show?
Well, that's not how I saw it at first.
How did you see it then?
Opened up. Nathan had opened it up to find a body.
Okay, now, is there, on the opposite side, is that where you saw that it had been opened, or something else?
Possibly, yes. Yeah.
Okay, now, when you walked up to it, you said you saw a body. What specifically did you see?
I saw the middle of a body and legs and knees and shoes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm finished with the screen. You indicated that once you were out there and you saw this pile, you saw what looked like a body. Did anyone call police?
Jeff, the owner, did.
Okay. And did you stay with this pile until police arrived?
Yes.
While you were standing with that pile, did anybody else or any other residents, or did you touch that pile or start taking off those branches?
No.
Now, you indicated you were familiar with a resident named Carlos Maldonado, correct?
Yes.
And with this discovery being on April 30th of 2024, when was the last time you remember seeing Carlos Maldonado?
Do you mean October 30th, 2024? I believe you said April 30th.
I'm sorry, October 30th of 2024. When was the last time you saw Carlos Maldonado?
April 14th.
Of 2024?
Correct.
And since that date then, you had not seen him at all around the property?
Not at all.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
What did you see Mr. Maldonado doing on April 14th?
He was in the garage cutting up some wood.
And then after that date, he just disappeared?
Yes.
Did you ever have any phone contact with him?
I tried.
Did he ever answer?
No.
Was his apartment ever cleared out?
Yes, but not for a while.
Okay. Now, I'll ask a more specific question then. So from April 14th to October 30th of 2024, had any of Mr. Maldonado's family members come to the apartment building looking for him?
Yes.
Did you allow any of his family members into his apartment?
Yes.
Did you go inside with those family members, or did you stay outside?
I went in.
And when you went in with the family members, was the apartment still full of items, or was it completely bare?
Full.
Was one of the family members that you allowed into the apartment to Lisa Maldonado?
Yes.
Had you been sliding Mr. Maldonado's mail under the door or anything, or
Yes.
you have been? Okay.
That was a yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Ms. Rose, you indicated that you saw Mr. Maldonado cutting wood the morning of April 14th, correct?
Yes.
Was there a mess of sawdust left behind in that area?
Yes.
Did you clean that up?
Yes.
Do you know about how long after April 14th you realized that pile was still there and you took it upon yourself to clean it up?
A couple weeks.
I do not have any other further questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, cross-examination.
Yes, please. Glenda, you simply could not have found the remains of poor Mr. Carlos at the top of the hill there because he was not found there. He was found at the bottom of the driveway.
Mr. Lychwick, you have to, hang on, everyone. Mr. Lychwick, you have to ask a question, okay? So you can ask her to confirm her statement about where she found the body, but this is not a time to testify about what you think the other facts are. So go ahead and ask a question if you would like.
Where was Mr. Maldonado laying, Glenda?
Halfway down the hill on the right-hand side.
Where was he in relation to the driveway?
Halfway down. Almost to the bottom of the driveway.
Thank you. So he was found almost at the bottom of the driveway, across the wood from the edge of the driveway where it meets the road.
Is that correct?
The entrance of the driveway where it meets the road, Glenda.
It was not close to the road, not as close to the road as what you're saying. In the middle of the hill, if you, halfway down.
But the hill is not to be confused with the hill that is perpendicular to the stairs that you took to get into the driveway when you left your apartment. Is that right?
Right.
So we are talking about then at the end of the driveway, that area. Are we not?
No.
How can that not be? Because the
Because the end of
driveway,
the driveway is here and the body was up here. The end of the driveway is the end of the driveway. This was the
please
middle
hold
of
the
the hill.
diagram.
Hang on. Okay, finish your answer. Are you finished?
I think so.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, what were you saying?
can I please have the diagram of the property again?
Sure. Attorney Thompson, can you put up exhibit number 1, please?
Yes, I will.
Now, Glenda, I want you to take a look, please. If you look where East North Street begins and the driveway ends, Mr. Maldonado was found not too far up in the area, still at the edge of the driveway. Not too far from the edge of the driveway, I would say. He wasn't found up on the hill that you could see from your window.
Mr. Lychwick, again, I remind you on cross-examination, you need to ask the witness questions, not testify on your own.
I'm asking you, Glenda, was Mr. Maldonado found more towards the edge of the driveway there than where you could see out of your window at that other hill near the cement stairs that go up the other staircase, the north staircase that is on the other side of our building there, the one that you came down to meet Nathan?
I didn't get the question.
Okay, hang on. You can repeat the question. Just try to ask simple questions, Mr. Lychwick. Straightforward questions.
I'm trying, Your Honor. Glenda. Mr. Maldonado was not found within eyesight of your apartment window. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, if we go back down to the end of the driveway, he was found closer to that area than he was to the top of the hill that you can see from your apartment window. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right, Ms. Rose, you are excused. Thank you. You may step down.
The state calls specialist Nichelle Nelson.
All right, ma'am, you can come all the way up to the witness stand. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that. And start by stating your name, spelling your first name and last name for the record.
Nichelle, Nichelle, Nelson, Nelson.
Ms. Nelson, how are you employed?
As a specialist for the City of Waukesha Police Department.
As a specialist, are you also a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin?
Currently in my 29th year.
What is the difference between an officer or detective or a specialist, which you are?
It's a promotional process from an officer to a specialist.
And do you have a specific role as a specialist in the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to the forensic unit.
And what is the forensic unit responsible for?
Currently assigned to process crime scenes, in charge of our property room, fingerprints, and making sure things get sent to the criminal bureau for identification purposes.
To be a crime scene technician, do you have to go through any specialized training outside of that standard police academy that we're all used to hearing about?
Yes, additional training including forensic or basic evidence technology schools, as well as some additional courses that we choose to, such as maybe a death investigation course or additional photography courses.
Have you been to a death investigation course?
Yes.
More than one?
I just believe I took one course.
Okay. And as a crime scene technician, do you have to do any kind of continuing education?
We do throughout our career. Sometimes we attend the state crime lab puts on a once a year training, and sometimes we attend that.
The death investigation training that you just spoke about, is it specifically focused on homicide investigations or something more?
It's a variety of death investigations, so not just homicide.
Okay. Now, do you have another specialty within the City of Waukesha Police Department?
I also have a canine. He's an electronic search detection canine.
And what's his name?
His name is Canine Riker.
When it comes to crime scene investigations, is it fair to say that each person or each law enforcement officer that responds to the scene has a specific duty or role assigned to them?
Yes, but I would also say that we also work in collaboration with each other.
Okay. What would be the purpose of having individual roles for each person?
We're able to divide up tasks and get things done more efficiently.
When you arrive at a scene, and let's specifically focus on a death investigation, what is one of the first things that law enforcement will do in terms of protecting the integrity of that scene?
First thing we would do is we would like to make sure the scene is secure. make sure that nobody outside of law enforcement comes into that scene.
Is that generally where we see that yellow crime scene tape around the area of the investigation?
Correct. And then to take it one step further, we also have red tape that sometimes breaks it down even to a smaller area.
Is there an officer who is assigned to keep a log of everyone that goes in and out of a crime scene?
Yes.
Are there times where, as a crime scene technician responding to a death investigation, you may not know if the death is suspicious or not at that time?
Yes.
When you are responding to the scene as a crime scene technician, and let's say your role is to take photos of the scene, is there a methodical way in which you do that, or do you just randomly walk around and take pictures?
I generally start large and work small.
And why do we do that?
So that you can generally gather what you're focusing on so that you can see the overall photos of what you're taking that picture of, and then generally then you can focus in on exactly what you're looking at.
Okay. And what is the importance of taking photographs at a crime scene?
Once we leave, we can never get that crime scene back. So we have to see the crime scene as it was when we get there.
If you are searching, let's say, a vehicle as part of your training experience as a crime scene technician, do you just start opening doors and taking things out, or is there a different way in which you do that?
No, we would also photograph that vehicle prior to doing any search of that vehicle.
As a crime scene technician, are you ever responsible for, once photos are taken of an item on scene, placing that item into police property or inventory?
Yes.
And is there a particular way you are trained in taking items from a crime scene and placing it on property inventory?
Depending on what type of item it may be, it would go into paper or plastic. Those items would stay in my care or possession until I would place those items onto our property management system, which is Phoenix Property.
And when I say placing an item onto police property, is it just a big property room, or can you describe for me what that is?
So our logging system is that I would actually take it back to the police department. It may require additional photographs of that item close up. It then would be packaged. We then create a report, and from that report, a label gets generated and placed onto that individual item.
Does the property room at your police department at the city of Waukesha, does that allow everybody inside, or are there only particular people that have access to that room at any given time?
It has restricted access. Myself, my two partners that I work with, our clerk and our two computer forensic also have access to it, as well as our boss.
When we're talking about items located at a crime scene, do you know right away if that item has evidentiary value?
Not necessarily.
Are there times where you seize items that you might want swabs taken from?
Yes.
And when I say swabs, what would be the purpose of swabbing an item?
For DNA.
And are there ever times where you take items where you might want to process that item for fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
When you are taking these items and when you're processing a scene, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Is there any other protective gear of that nature that you wear on scenes, or does that depend on the scene?
It depends on the scene.
When you are photographing a scene, are there department-issued cameras that you use?
Yes, we each have our own department-issued camera.
And is there a particular way that you label each photo that you take from a scene?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Mine have my initials of NMN, and then they're labeled sequentially.
Every time you finish at a scene and you go back to the police department with any property that you may have packaged, do you empty that SD card on the camera, or is it just there could be multiple scenes on a camera at once.
That would be uploaded. I save it on my computer. I upload it into evidence.com, our retention system for digital evidence. Once I know that they have all been uploaded, I then format that SD card.
What do you mean by format that SD
It
card?
would erase all the images from that particular scene. And then it would start back when I go take photos the next time at 001.
Okay, so you're not going to run into a situation where you have photos from two different scenes mixed into one?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention, please, to October 30th of 2024. On that date, were you already on duty?
I was.
And were you called to a scene at 1512 East North Street?
I was.
What was the reason for that call?
We got a call that there was possibly a body.
A body?
In a tarp.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead and finish.
Okay. Under some brush.
Now, when you arrive on scene, do you immediately go to that area?
We didn't initially approach it. We saw it from a distance.
And why did you stay back from a distance versus immediately go to that area?
We didn't know if there was possibly evidence around where the possible body was.
So that was intentional?
Correct.
Once you arrive on scene, what is the first thing that you do?
I spoke to one of the detectives that was there, Detective Condon, advised him that I was going to start taking photographs of the scene.
And at this point, did you know what kind of death investigation this was?
I did not.
We've talked about the purpose of taking photos and preserving the scene the way in which it presents itself to law enforcement at that time. Where did you start taking photos on this property?
I don't recall if I went to the top of the hill to start or if I started down in the parking lot.
Okay, and can you, when you start taking these photos then, do you kind of follow a path through the property so you can almost follow it through your photos?
Yes.
And you start with the overview of the property, is that correct?
Yes.
And then do you make your way back to this pile where the body was reported to have been found?
Correct.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the witness? Okay. Specialist Nelson, I am showing you a 52-page PDF packet that contains exhibits 3 through 54. Had you reviewed the photos you took of the scene at 1512 East North prior to your testimony today?
I did.
And were they a fair and accurate depiction of the photos that you took on October 30th of 2024?
They are.
I would move exhibits, well, number 3 has already been admitted, so I would move exhibits 4 through 54 into evidence, and 19 has also already been admitted.
Attorney Thompson, could you just slowly page through those exhibits, please?
Yes, starting with exhibit 3.
Go ahead, you can do it. I shouldn't have said slowly. You can moderately scroll through the pictures, please.
Now I went too fast and it's thinking.
It's fine, you can let it catch up. I think 25 was the last one that was really buffering. All right, let's hold up here. This is through Exhibit 31. Attorney Thompson, are you intending to go through each of these sequentially?
I am, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Lychwick, so far, what was the number that it started with, Attorney Thompson?
Exhibit 3 through 54.
Okay, so Mr. Lychwick, so far 3 through 31, any objection to those photographs being introduced into evidence?
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
Then those will be admitted. 19 has already been admitted. And Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 3 through 31 being used to publish with the jury?
No.
All right, they may be published. Attorney Thompson, as we go through and show these exhibits, perhaps the others will buffer while we're waiting.
Oh, I hope so. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen for everyone, please? Now, Specialist Nelson, looking at exhibit number 3, is this the possible body in a tarp that law enforcement was called to investigate?
Yes.
Exhibit number 4, tell me what exhibit 4 shows.
A different view of the same photo from farther away.
Now, I'm showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit number 1 and received. So when we compare exhibit 1, which is a Google Map overview of the property, and exhibit number 4, where are you standing in exhibit 4?
Can you show me exhibit number 4 again?
Yes.
I'm not sure if down here is the pathway from the driveway that we walked up, if that's the bottom of the path. I think that is.
Okay.
So I was looking up the hill, I believe.
And as we continue going through these, I'll be asking you if you can kind of help orient the jury as to how you're walking through this property.
For the record, the witness has placed a couple of green markings on exhibit number 4. Attorney Thompson, do you want to capture that as 4A?
No, I don't think that was intentional.
Okay. We'll clear it.
Moving on then to exhibit 5, are we starting to get closer to the pile of the branches and the tarp?
Yes.
Now, exhibit 6, obviously we don't see the blue tarp anymore, so have you switched your positioning as it relates to this pile of sticks?
Yes.
At this point, are we continuing to go further away from the driveway to the top of a hill area in the back of the building?
That would be correct.
Exhibit number 7, what are we looking at here?
More towards I'd be facing towards North Street. So once again, I'm at the top of the hill looking down.
Okay, and up here where my cursor is towards the top and middle of exhibit number 7, is this the driveway of the apartment building?
Correct.
And is that maybe one of your detectives right there speaking with someone?
Yes.
Okay, now moving on to exhibit number 8, what are we seeing here?
Another view of the pile.
And why are you taking so many photos of the pile?
Just to get different angles and just in case I didn't capture something in one of my other photographs.
Moving on to exhibit number 9. What is this?
I went around the back side of the pile, looking more now towards kind of like the garage of the apartment building.
Okay, and these wooden planks here, if you're following my cursor to the top left of exhibit number 9, is that kind of like a retaining wall?
Yes.
Moving on to exhibit number 10, where are we now on the property?
They had like a garden area near the top of the complex, and there was different piles of debris and branches up there, so I went up there and photographed that area as well.
Were there any other tarps or bodies under these sticks?
Did not locate any.
Okay. Exhibit number 11, what is this?
More of the debris piles near the garden area.
Exhibit number 12?
More debris in the garden area.
Exhibit 13 then, what is this?
The garden area.
Is this a pretty wide area at the top of the hill?
It is.
Where are you in this angle of exhibit number 14?
You can kind of see in the background there, the apartment complex. If I draw in here, that's the apartments. So kind of looking down towards the apartment complex.
Okay, and I do not need that to be captured.
Okay, it'll be noted that the witness placed a green X near the center of Exhibit 14, but we will not capture 14A.
Thank you. Now looking at exhibit number 15, are we still at the top of the hill here?
Yes.
Have we started coming down the hill back towards the apartment building?
I believe so.
Okay, and these logs that we see, they appear to be in a square shape. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is this, well, actually, no, strike that. Moving on to exhibit 16, what do we see here?
I think that was the beginning of the garden area.
In exhibit 17?
Just a marker from my purposes to kind of give a demonstration or a location as to where I was photographing.
This one doesn't have a number, but it should be exhibit number 18. What are we looking at here?
The back side of the apartment complex, the hill up, and if you were to look straight ahead through that, that would be Westmoreland.
Okay. And exhibit number 19 has previously been admitted. What are we seeing here?
The back side of the apartment complex, and you can see the garage door that's open.
Okay, and that garage door leads out to the driveway that leads out to north. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now exhibit 20, what are we looking at here?
The top of the hillside.
And exhibit 21, have you continued coming further down the hill?
Yes.
And right where my cursor is at the top of these concrete stairs, is that a common doorway into the apartment building?
I believe so.
And exhibit 22?
Just turned around from where I was and took a photo up to the top of the hill.
Now that you have completed a kind of overview of all the different areas of the property, did you then come back to the area in which the body was reportedly found?
Yes.
Okay. Now, exhibit number 23, what are we seeing here?
A close-up of the blue tarp.
As you are taking photos of this pile, did you also observe at any point black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Okay. When you are taking these photos, have you touched any of these branches or anything yet?
Myself, along with some of the other officers or detectives, we were starting to slowly remove some of the sticks and stuff that were over the tarp.
And as you started slowly moving those sticks off, were you taking photos as you went?
Yes.
Did there come a time where you stopped taking sticks off of this pile?
Yes.
When?
I observed twine or rope, and I also observed what I thought to be shoes at one of the ends. And I took my gloved hand and tapped the bottom, and I felt a shoe. And at that point, I told Detective Condon that I felt that we had a body wrapped up.
Once you tapped and you felt what you thought was a shoe, what did you do next?
I advised Detective Condon that we needed to contact the medical examiner.
And was the medical examiner's office contacted?
Yes.
And subsequently, did an ME's office investigator and Dr. Scheel arrive on scene?
Yes.
While you were waiting for the medical examiner's office, did you continue moving the branches or unwrapping the tarp?
No.
Okay. Once the ME's office arrived on scene, what process started or continued?
We can continue to remove branches from the tarp. We worked in conjunction with them with photographs and removing items. They maintained custody of any items that they thought was relevant.
When you're looking at a scene such as this, you talked about earlier how you don't always know what items are relevant in an investigation. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
And actually, no, I'll continue on. So moving on to exhibit number 24. What are we seeing here?
You can see part of a black bag as well as some rope.
Is this the area you were when you tapped what you thought was a shoe?
I couldn't be for certain with this photo.
Okay, that's fair. Moving on to exhibit number 25. Are we standing further back from the pile?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Now, exhibit number 26. Have some of the branches and vegetation been moved back off of the tarp?
Yes.
Exhibit number 27. What kind of angle are we looking at here?
I'm probably standing a little bit closer and maybe a little bit more like over to get a more direct downward shot at the.
Okay. And if we look on the left side of exhibit number 27, where you see my cursor here, what part of the body was this part where my cursor is?
That would be where I thought I felt shoes, where I saw shoes.
Moving on to exhibit number 28. What are we looking at here?
An overview.
Are you seeing at this point any other ropes or twine that you talked about earlier?
Do you want me to mark?
I would love it if you could circle each twine that you see, please. Your Honor, I would ask that this be screen captured and marked as exhibit 28A.
It will reflect the 3 green circles the witness has identified. Just pause a moment until my clerk verifies that the capture is complete.
Of course.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Moving on then to exhibit 29. What, if anything, of evidentiary value do you see in this photo, Specialist Nelson?
Just some rope that's up in here.
Okay. At this point, when you start removing the branches, I do not need that screen captured.
All right, it will reflect that the witness did indicate to the right of the picture on exhibit 29. We can clear that.
As you start removing branches, once the medical examiner's office gets there, do you find what are believed to be human bones outside of this tarp or black plastic sheeting that you referenced?
I believe so.
Do you see any of those in exhibit 29 or not yet?
I can't tell if it's hard to say with all the debris that's in there.
Okay. Moving on to exhibit 30. There's obviously an arm in the top right-hand corner.
Yes.
Is that yours or the medical examiner's office?
Medical examiners.
And in looking at what the ME's office employee is holding, it looks like a regular paintbrush. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why is she using a paintbrush? What's the purpose of that?
To cautiously remove debris.
When we're looking at Exhibit 30 then, can you start to see the outline of a foot?
Yes.
Is that the part of the body in which you are standing by, the feet?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit number 31, what are we seeing here?
Some clothing.
Okay. Does it appear as if it's coming out of that black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, this is where we initially stopped as the packet was still buffering, so I would move Exhibits 32 through 54 into evidence as we continue and ask to publish to the jury.
Sure. Let's take the screen down, Madam Clerk, for the public. It'll remain on for counsel table and the witness. And Attorney Thompson, if you could scroll through the remaining exhibits then.
This is going much faster.
All right, you went to 53, is that right?
That one was 52. This is 53.
And this is as far as you're asking to go?
No, I still have 54.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. There we go.
The state has moved for admission of 32 through 54. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to those pictures being received into evidence?
No.
They will be received. And any objection to publication of those exhibits with the jury, Mr. Lychwick?
No.
Then they will be able to be used with the jury.
Okay, now Specialist Nelson, in looking at Exhibit 32, has the medical examiner's office and yourself started the process of, or continued the process of removing all of the sticks and vegetation and debris from the tarp area?
Yes.
Do you still see the twine that you previously referenced in this photo?
Yes.
Why not just scoop up all of the vegetation and put it in a bag so you can get to the tarp and the plastic sheeting quicker?
Because there could be other evidence that we would miss in doing so.
How long were you on scene, not only taking photos, but then also processing this particular area, if you recall?
There was hours.
Moving on to Exhibit 33, are we now getting closer to the area we just saw in Exhibit 32?
Yes.
Now, in Exhibit 34, what are we looking at here?
You can start seeing some bones.
Can you circle for me on Exhibit 34 where you start seeing bones? I would ask this be screen captured and marked as Exhibit 34A, please.
It will.
Thank you. Now, when we were just talking about how you can't just scoop everything up because you might miss something, based on where these bones were, would they have possibly been in that big vegetation scoop that I just referenced?
Probably not.
You would have felt them, or?
We may have missed them.
Okay. Now moving on to Exhibit 35, what are you focusing on with this picture here?
The twine and the knot.
Do you recall which section of the body this particular piece of twine was from?
I do not.
Okay. Exhibit 36?
The knot.
Okay. Now, did there come a time at the medical examiner's office where the twine was removed from the tarp and the plastic sheeting?
Yes.
And was the twine cut at all?
I don't recall if they did. If they did, the medical examiner's office did that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did anybody on scene untie these knots?
No.
Looking at Exhibit 37, what are we looking at here?
More of the twine and the knots.
And this appears to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, a different set of twine than what we just looked at in Exhibit 36. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Exhibit 38?
Close-up of those knots.
Exhibit 39, what are we looking at here?
A different section with the twine and a different set of knots.
Is this where the head of the body is located?
Yes.
And so the rope appears to be around, if the skull is in this circular part here, then the twine appears to be kind of towards the neck or upper chest area. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Exhibit 40, what are we looking at here?
Another angle of those bones.
Specialist Nelson, have you investigated crime scenes in the outdoors before in your career?
This was the first.
It was? Okay. Were the tarps and the plastic sheeting sealed around the body, or were there openings?
There were some openings.
Exhibit 41, please. What are we looking at here?
Just a different angle farther down from where those bones were.
Now, in looking at Exhibit 41, if you can see my cursor, I'm kind of in the middle of Exhibit 41. Do you know what that piece of debris was?
We found cardboard.
Were there other pieces of cardboard debris near the body?
Yes.
Were those collected?
Yes.
Did we find any other pieces of cardboard debris inside the tarp or the black plastic sheeting, to your knowledge?
I don't remember if there was any inside or not.
Okay. I'm also moving a little bit to the left of the cardboard debris. And what I'm circling here, did you notice, as you were processing this scene, any tape on various parts of this tarp or black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Can you circle for me on Exhibit 41 where you see tape? I would ask, please, that this be marked as Exhibit 41A and screen captured.
It will reflect the two green circles marked by this witness.
Was the tape removed from the black sheeting that we see in Exhibit 41 on scene?
No.
Okay. Is that to, well, never mind, strike that. Moving on to Exhibit number 42, what do we see here?
Close-up of the cardboard in just that general area.
In Exhibit 43, what are we looking at in this picture?
That was some glass. I know we had found glass that night, and that could be a close-up of the glass we found.
Okay. Is this still, do we even see someone's gloved hand in the top right corner of Exhibit 43?
Yes.
So this is still the area right next to the body?
Yes.
Exhibit number 44, what are we looking at here?
Another angle of the bones.
Do you also see the twine in this photograph?
Yes.
Exhibit number 45, what are we seeing here?
More of the bones uncovered.
Okay. Were all of the bones then taken or collected by the medical examiner's office and taken back to the office?
Yes.
Moving on to Exhibit 46.
Another close-up.
By this time, is it darker outside or is it getting dark?
It's getting dark.
Okay, so now that you've shifted to processing the scene at night, are there any types of lights or equipment that you use to help ensure you're still gathering everything you can from the scene?
Yeah, we got some lights up there for us to work.
Okay. Did it end up raining at all that night while you guys were out there?
I think it started, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Moving on to exhibit number 47. What are we looking at here?
Just another close-up showing some of the cardboard.
Do you see any tape at all?
Yes.
Do you also see 2 sections of twine?
Yes.
Exhibit 48 then?
Twine and some more cardboard.
And at this point, has all of the brush and sticks and debris been removed from the body?
Yes.
And now we are left with the tarp and the black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Exhibit number 49, what is this?
Just another close-up of the twine.
What is exhibit 50?
I believe it was a close-up of one of the arms or the hands.
What is exhibit 51?
More close-up of some of the bones that were outside the bag.
Exhibit number 52, what are we looking at here?
A photo of what the ground looked like once everything was removed.
And so you talked about how the medical examiner's office and yourself did not open up the tarp or the black plastic sheeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why take a picture of what is underneath the tarp and that sheeting?
Just to show what was left afterwards.
And in addition to showing what was left, did this scene continue to be processed, or once you remove the body, you just walk away?
No, we continue to dig through.
Why?
In case there was items that we may have missed.
In this particular scene, were there any bugs collected?
The medical examiner did take bugs.
Okay, that was the medical examiner's job then. Is there anything else that, besides taking these photos, that you collected at this very particular spot with the body?
The medical examiner pretty much took everything.
Okay.
That night.
Okay. Moving on to exhibit 53 then. Is this still the same area?
Yes.
And exhibit 54?
Just another photograph of that same area.
Okay. And the top layer of the ground that was right underneath the tarp, was that debris also collected by the medical examiner's office for examination?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you attend the autopsy of these remains that we recovered in the woods at 1512 East North?
Yes.
And did that occur on November 1st of 2024?
Yes.
Why do you go to an autopsy?
To collect additional items for evidence.
Does the medical examiner's office have property inventory like police do?
They, similar, but not necessarily, I wouldn't want to say like as detailed, but they have a sheet that they do give us of items that they have.
At the start of an autopsy, is there a piece of paper that is kind of like an inventory list of all items recovered from the remains by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the autopsy, is it yourself or whatever other law enforcement officer is present for the autopsy, do you sign off on that or acknowledge that you are taking the items that the medical examiner's office is not keeping?
Yes.
And in this case, do you recall taking items with you once the autopsy was complete?
I don't think I took them that day just because some of the items needed to dry. But yes, I did take custody of some of the items from the autopsy.
And then once you take custody of those items, Then you go back to the police department that we talked about earlier and put everything on property inventory for subsequent processing.
Yes,
And by subsequent processing is one of those potentials to send evidence to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for analysis.
yes,
And are there different specialized fields within the crime lab that can assist in analyzing the various pieces of evidence?
yes.
We talked a little bit about vegetation and debris that we found on scene. During the autopsy, were there particular items of vegetation that were of significance to you?
There was some, yes.
Okay. Now, those items, those particular landscape items, if you will, when you collected those, did the medical examiner's office suggest a agency who might be able to assist in the identification of those items of landscaping?
The medical examiner did not, but the state crime lab did.
Thank you for correcting me. So why did you ask the crime lab for that information and they offered it, or how did that work?
We have a pretty good working relationship with the crime lab, and through conversation of this case, they actually recommended a gentleman that works in vegetation.
Okay. Was that individual an employee of the U.S. Department of Agriculture?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just in front of the witness, and I will be showing you what's marked as State's Exhibits 55 through 57. Okay. Now, first showing you 55. Okay. And 56 and 57. Did you take these photographs?
I did.
And do they show two specific pieces of vegetation that you asked the Department of Agriculture agent to assist you with in identifying?
I did.
And then was that individual able to give you an identification of those landscaping items?
Yes.
I would move exhibits 55 through 57 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 55 through 57 coming into evidence?
No,
They are received. Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
no.
And they may be used with the jury.
I'm going a little bit out of order, but starting with exhibit number 56, Specialist Nelson, what is this item that we're looking at?
It's called a catalpa pod.
And where was this pod located as it relates to the body that you found?
There were catalpa pods located inside the bag and on the body. This one I actually retrieved when I went back out and found out what I was looking for from Alex.
Okay, thank you. So this is not the one that was specifically recovered from the remains. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
But it is the same type of pod that you saw in the remains at the medical examiner's office?
That I gave to Alex, who works for the U.S. Department.
Okay.
Ms. Nelson, do you know how to spell that?
Caltapa, I believe.
Thank you.
Now moving on to exhibit 57. What does exhibit 57 show?
Juniper.
And this is not the exact juniper branch that was located with the remains. Is that fair to say?
No, it's another one that I went out and retrieved the same day I took the photographs.
Okay. So this individual, Department of Agriculture, had identified the two pieces of vegetation you sent him as a catalpa pod and juniper. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
And then from there, you went back to the scene at 1512 East North to see if there were any juniper or catalpa pod landscaping items at that scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you specifically go to the area where the remains were located?
I went on the premise. the property.
Okay. Now, in looking at exhibit number 55, tell me what I'm looking at here.
That's one of the trees that lines East North Street.
Is this tree, was it overhanging on, or was it hanging over the remains that you found?
No,
Okay, it was further down the driveway, closer to the street?
yes,
Okay. What is this tree?
it's a catalpa tree.
Did you see these trees anywhere else on the property as it relates to the location of the remains?
No,
Okay. How close then is this tree to the remains that you found?
can you put the map back up of
Sure.
So these would be the catalpa trees right here, and the body would have been up in here.
Record will reflect that the witness is identified with a green line where the trees were and a green dot with where the body was found.
Thank you.
Do you want that memorialized, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you. Okay, then. I do not have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, cross-examination.
The only thing I would like to request the court to do is to provide the jury with the markings from the expert of the property, the satellite view of the property where she marked in green.
Just the one that she had up there?
Yes, please.
Sure, we can do that. So Attorney Thompson, if you can pull up Exhibit 1 again.
Yes.
And Ms. Nelson, I'll have you re-indicate on that exhibit where the catalpa trees were and where the body was found.
Okay.
Catalpa, and the body was in here.
All right, she did place the same type of markings on there, so we will memorialize this as Exhibit 1B. Mr. Lychwick, go ahead.
Otherwise, Your Honor, I have no questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take a break? At this time, we've been going at it here for a little bit. We'll take about a 10-minute break for you to use the facilities and take a stretch, and we'll convene when you're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Anything we need to address before we break, Attorney Thompson?
No. Actually, yes, my next witness is Talisa Maldonado, and I would like to address, please, my request to not have her testimony recorded.
Sure. The court heard this pretrial and is granting the state's request. The court will supplement its media order to specifically address the next witness because the next witness is a representative of the victim. In addition to being a witness, the court is going to restrict any filming and streaming of this next witness's testimony. It can be audio, but I ask that the witness not be photographed or any visual representation of the witness because of victim confidentiality and victim privacy. However, we will be referring to her by name, and she will testify as normal. Anything else, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything before we break?
My name is Lychwick, Your Honor. No, I have no questions at this time, except to add again that this is a travesty of justice on my end. I'm not receiving a fair trial.
That is noted. We will break for 10 minutes.
Okay, well, if he thought that, why didn't he just have an attorney? um, I don't get why these people want to represent themselves, but yeah, feel like they're not getting a fair trial. Well, because you really don't know what you're doing. So there's that. I thought they were going to totally shut down the stream for the dude's daughter, for Carlos's daughter. Well, thank God they are not. I'm like, well, I'm going to pack it up and go to sleep for the day. It's storming here. We got the dog extra lazy. I'm not video ready yet. I still don't feel that well. Mm-mm. No, I don't. I think it's funny.
This morning. So come along when we cook breakfast and lunch. Daddy is making eggs, hamburger meat, and then Daddy's making basically tacos. So come along when Daddy makes tacos. Let's go. And not mind the kitchen, we're gonna still move it in and we're gonna still try to organize. But it's coming to be a home. We're starting to get things organized.
I'm just seeing if there's news. So, how do you think Mr. Conrad is doing? Every time I talk, I cough. Hi, Leo. Hi, baby girl. Come on, my life. I only feel like if he feels like he's not getting a fair trial, then he needs to ask questions. I don't know. I wouldn't be having anybody but a lawyer handle my homicide trial. That's how I feel. I mean, come on, you got a public defender. As long as they're ready by trial, then I think that's all that matters. And I'll tell you what, they're going to do a lot better job than what you're going to do.
take up before we bring the jury in? Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
I would like to recall Glenda Rose, my witness, and Ms. Michelle, the state's expert, Ms. Michelle Nelson.
No. You had an opportunity to ask them questions on cross-examination, so we're not recalling them at this time. And it's not your case in chief yet either. So we're going to continue with the state's witnesses when we bring the jury in.
I'm number 5. Here, there works. Look at my notebook.
Thank you. You may be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Talisa Maldonado.
Ma'am, come on up to the witness stand. When you get up by the seat, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself seated nice and closely to that. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first name and your last name.
Okay. My name is Talisa Maldonado. TALISA MALDONADO.
Thank you. Ms. Maldonado, are you familiar with an individual named Carlos Maldonado?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's my dad.
And were you aware of your father living in an apartment building in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
Had you been there previously or not?
I had been there. I dropped him off there before, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm taking you back to April of 2024. Mm-hmm. The year or year and a half or so leading up to that time frame, were you and your dad close?
Yeah, we were.
Had there been a time in your lives where you were not as close as you were in the year leading up to April of 2024?
Yes. Yeah.
And in that process of reconnecting, did you guys talk on the phone often in that year leading up to April of 24?
Yeah, it was almost weekly, sometimes daily. It was, yeah.
And was your dad working at that time?
Yeah, he, for a time he was working at Amazon, and then he stopped working there, and he was trying to start his own business.
Do you know what business he was trying to start?
He was a jack of many trades, I guess, if that's the verbiage. He wanted a window tinting business, and then he wanted to refurbish furniture.
Okay. Now, when he was at work, were there times where you would call him, but he couldn't answer because he was at work?
Yes.
Did you ever get a response after he didn't answer from him saying that he would call you back or anything like that?
Always, yeah.
So there was always an acknowledgement of a call that he missed from you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would like to direct your attention to April 13th of 2024. On that date, did you have a phone call conversation with your dad?
Yes, yeah, I did.
Do you remember what you guys talked about?
Yeah. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please. What did you talk about?
We talked about my boyfriend, Mark, that I just started seeing at the time, and he wanted to meet him. We talked about my FAFSA because I wanted to go back to school. And then we talked about going out to eat.
Okay. Now, as far as the FAFSA, you said you wanted to go back to school. What field did you want to study?
The medical field.
Okay. And was your dad encouraging you to go back to school?
Yeah.
What would he say to you about that during that conversation?
He was always like, Dalisa, you're so wise. You're so smart. You should go back to school. Like, you would do great. I just see, like, he saw a lot of potential in me that I didn't see in myself.
You also talked about how you guys were having a conversation about going out to eat that week. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Did you and your dad have any kind of routine, if you will, in the sense of trying different kinds of restaurants together?
Mexican food. We always went to a Mexican restaurant, and we would try different Mexican food. It was mostly for the chips and salsa because I'm a chips and salsa girly. So I would try the different chips and salsa. I would be like, this one's good or this one not so much. I was kind of a critic, I guess.
And that's something that you and your dad had planned on either the week after that phone call or maybe the next week after. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to do that?
No.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please place the screen on in front of the witness only, please? Ms. Maldonado, I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 65. Do you know what this photo is?
It's my dad.
Is this a photo that you provided to my office for purposes of this trial?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Any objection to admission?
No, none.
It is admitted. Any objection to publication?
No.
It may be published and used with the jury.
Ms. Maldonado, why did you pick this photo?
Because it showed how happy he was. I always saw my dad as this happy person and who loved me so much. And this is who I saw. So I wanted other people to see that too.
After you had this phone call on April 13th, did you attempt to contact your dad at all later that week?
Yeah, I did.
Did you try calling him, texting him, or something else?
Both.
Did he ever respond to any of those calls or texts?
No.
And was that unusual based on the contact you guys had been having leading up to that point?
Yeah, it was.
The following week then, when you still didn't get any calls or texts, what's starting to go through your mind? What are you feeling?
I was worried. I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on. Part of me was like, did something happen to him? Another part of me was like, did he ghost me? But then I'm like, my dad wouldn't do that. It was just, I had a lot of different feelings.
Did you have family members reaching out to you asking if they had seen, or if you had seen your dad?
I did have my aunt reach out to me in May.
Had she seen or heard from him at all?
No, and she was curious if I had as well.
Okay. Did there come a time in May of 2024 where you went to or reported to the City of Waukesha Police Department that you hadn't seen or heard from your dad since April 13th.
Yes.
And were officers able to develop any leads at that time about whether he was missing or where he would have gone?
No.
Do you remember going to your dad's apartment building and being let into his apartment by one of the residents?
Yeah.
Do you remember her name at all by chance?
Glenda.
And when you went in, or I'm sorry, did you go inside your dad's apartment?
Yes.
And when you went inside, what did you notice about the inside of his apartment?
Everything was left behind, which wasn't usual. Yeah.
Is there anything that you saw in the apartment or were thinking that if you saw it, you knew he wouldn't have just fled because this wouldn't be left behind?
His birth certificate and his diplomas.
Did you see those anywhere in the apartment?
Yeah, they were above his refrigerator in like a cabinet in a bag.
So at this point now, you haven't heard from your dad, you haven't seen him, nobody's had any contact with him. You see these items that he wouldn't have left behind. What thoughts are starting to go through your mind then? Does the worry increase or decrease or something else?
I had a feeling that he may be passed because, or like something bad happened to him because he wouldn't leave that stuff behind.
Because of what?
He wouldn't leave that stuff behind.
Would it be fair to say that your heart knew something before your mind did?
Yeah.
Over the next few months, May turns into, the summer, and we come to October 30th of 2024. Were you personally trying to find your dad?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
It's kind of embarrassing. I would call like homeless shelters and stuff. And then I would call hospitals. And then I got to a point where like I was so desperate, I started calling psychics. Cause I just wanted to know what happened, where he was. Yeah.
When you, or do you recall, after that October 30th date, having a conversation with law enforcement officers and them telling you that they had found your dad's remains?
Yeah.
And were you aware of whether they were found on the property of his apartment building? Did they tell you that?
Yes, because prior they told me that they found a body at his apartment complex, but they couldn't confirm if it was him. And then later they confirmed it was him. So I knew where it was prior.
When you were having that conversation and you got that notification, what were you feeling?
Part of it was like relief of knowing, but another part was like it was a lot of pain. Because it wasn't supposed to happen like this. It wasn't supposed to happen. It was painful. I don't know.
Was he supposed to meet Mark?
Yeah.
Was he supposed to see you graduate college?
Yeah.
Ms. Maldonado, what do you do for employment now?
I'm a caregiver with dementia residents.
And so is that one of the areas of the medical field that you were talking about maybe going back to school for, or at least in that field?
Yeah. It was either going to be nursing or psychology.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so now you take care of individuals with dementia, you said, right?
Yeah.
Do you work with friends, or is it like a company or something else?
So I do work for a company, but I do work with my friends as well. Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that you enjoy?
Yeah, I do really enjoy it.
Thank you, Ms. Maldonado. I do not have any other questions for you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick.
Outside of expressing my condolences for the loss of your father, I have no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lychwick. You may step down, ma'am. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Alice Wiedenhoff.
Doctor, if you would please come up to the witness stand. When you get up to the chair, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that and start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Alex Wiedenhoft, A-L-E-X, last name W-I-E-D-E-N-H-O-E-F-T.
Attorney Tim Lesko.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and good afternoon, sir. Can you please tell the jury where you're employed?
I work in the Center for Wood Anatomy Research at the Forest Products Laboratory in Madison, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been so employed, sir?
I've actually worked there since I was a freshman in college.
And do you have a educational background that qualifies you to hold your current position, sir?
I have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD, all from the Department of Botany at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I'm also an adjunct professor of botany.
And in terms of your training and or experience, do you have any specialized training or experience that qualifies you for your current position, sir?
I've had extensive coursework related to plant identification and tree identification. I give guest lectures in the tree identification course at UW-Madison. And then I do forensic work for the federal government, specifically typically pertaining to wood specimens as a part of my normal employment and research.
And throughout your career, have you ever testified in court regarding any botanical findings before?
I've had, I appeared in court one time in 2020, and I've had numerous reports and evidence reports and things filed in cases, civil and criminal.
If you had to estimate, sir, about how many reports have been utilized in court proceedings that you've authored?
Oh, probably at least a dozen, maybe more, yeah.
And if you had to estimate how many times you've testified in court, not counting today, how many times would you say you've testified, sir?
Just the one time.
Okay. And you testified just a few moments ago that you're also a college professor. Is that right, sir?
I'm an adjunct associate professor in the botany department at UW-Madison.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So you've actually taught the science of botany at the collegiate level before?
I give guest lectures in plant anatomy and dendrology, and then I co-teach the forensic botany course.
And sir, have you ever been published regarding any specific botanical issues?
Yes, I have on the order of 100 scientific publications.
And are you familiar with a document, sir, that's known as a curriculum vitae, or CV for short?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury, what is a curriculum vitae?
A CV it's basically like an academic resume on steroids. It's excruciatingly detailed, talking about professional accomplishments.
And do you regularly keep a copy of your curriculum vitae as part of your career?
Yes, that's common for scientists.
And if I was to show you a copy of your curriculum vitae here today in court, do you think you would recognize it, sir?
I presume so.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we could just show this exhibit to the witness. It's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 58. So are you able to see this exhibit in front of you?
I can. That is my CV.
And I'm just going to scroll down here. Just this entirety of this document is 21 pages. Is that right, sir?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, I can scroll down if
Yeah.
it makes it easier for you, sir.
Oh, I see. Yep, there you see the page count there. Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we go through all the pages here just to make sure that we don't miss anything here. And I've scrolled down through all 21 pages of this. Is that right, sir?
Yes,
And this is your CV?
it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection, Mr.
No
Lychwick?
objection.
It will be received.
Doctor, as it relates to this particular case, I'd like to turn your attention to that now. Do you know a specialist by the name of Nikki Nelson?
I did meet Specialist Nelson, yes.
Can you please tell the jury how you came into contact with Specialist Nelson?
In fall of, I think it was actually Halloween Day of 2024, I was giving a guest lecture at UW-Platteville. A colleague of mine, Dr. Jana Marie Truesdell, was teaching a forensics course and asked me to give the guest lecture on forensic botany. And my understanding is that she also works part-time as a medical examiner or something to that effect, and became involved in this case just a few days after I had been there lecturing about forensic botany.
Doctor, how do you spell that name that you referenced?
Jana Marie is all one word, Janamarie, and I think her surname is Truesdell, Truesdell, but I'm not certain.
Thank you.
Okay. So was this class that you were guest lecturing at, the instructor for that class was the go-between between you and Specialist Nelson, is that right, sir?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And let me just back up and ask you this as well, doctor. As a doctor of botany, is it fair to say that you're comfortable identifying plant life based on photographs?
Yes, within reason, yeah.
Okay. And was there a point in time in which a Specialist Nelson met with you in person?
Yes, we arranged to transfer the evidence collected at the scene that I could take it to my laboratory for analysis.
And when you met with Specialist Nelson, was that on November 8th of 2024?
Yes.
And you may have just answered my next question, but at that point, what, if anything, did Specialist Nelson give to you at that point in time, sir?
There were sealed evidence bags, type of brown paper bags with various, I mean, at the time I didn't know, obviously, but with material inside, including botanical material.
And before you received this botanical material from Specialist Nelson, did you know anything about this plant material?
The only thing that I knew was from a conversation with Specialist Nelson, and that indicating that it was associated with a body.
And sir, as far as the location where this plant life was specifically recovered before you received it from Specialist Nelson, had you physically ever set foot on the site of the murder, sir?
I have not.
Okay. And the vegetation that you received from Specialist Nelson, can you just tell the jury a little bit about how it was specifically packaged when you received it?
The bulk of the material was in sealed paper bags, but there were a couple items. There was one item that was in a sealed plastic jar, but it had like an SKU number on there and an evidence number for individual items that we use to track as we go through, so that we can associate whatever's found back to the correct context, I guess, from which it was collected.
Is it fair to say that each of these items of vegetation were packaged together, or were they packaged separately?
There were several individual bags, separate bags of evidence.
Okay. And then after you received these plants from Specialist Nelson, what did you do next then in order to analyze them, sir?
So to be able to, because with a case like this, you don't know what's in there. You have no idea what you're dealing with. So I started by setting up a clean area in my laboratory and then putting down a laboratory tissue, like a giant Kleenex basically, so that I could separate out individual items, because there were little pieces of leaves and broken twigs and dirt and other detritus in there. It wasn't just like a pristine, perfect, leaf or something. And so I was able to then keep all of the material in one place and sort through and say, well, these are twigs from broadleaf trees, and these are twigs from conifers and things like that for each separate bag of evidence.
And you might have covered this already, but just so we're clear, so after you received the bag from Specialist Nelson containing the plant life, you then transported it back to your lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's when you that's where you actually performed the testing on this plant life, was at your lab?
Correct.
And was that in Madison, sir?
It was.
Okay. And when you arrived at your lab in Madison with the plant life, did you physically eyeball it first, sir?
Yeah, the initial question is, what do we even have in the bag, and is there anything for me to operate on? People sometimes don't always know how to collect botanical evidence, so it's kind of it can be questionable sometimes whether things are in good condition or not. And so every time you open a bag, you don't know what you're going to get. And so it begins just with a naked eye analysis, trying to separate out into different groups.
And did you have enough where you were able to then physically test after you observed it with the naked eye?
Some of the material was testable. Some of the material were just the tiny broken fragments of leaves. There's not much for me to do with that. But
And did you utilize any sort of equipment then when you were testing this plant life, sir?
At various stages, I would use a magnifying glass, a hand lens that I have on me right now, and then also transmitted light microscopy. So I'd make microscope slides. Transmitted light microscopy.
Were you able to make an identification on any of the plant life, sir?
Well, one of the items in there was a seed from a catalpa, and then another item looked like was probably a decayed catalpa fruit itself.
I see. And when you use the word catalpa, is it accurate? And please help us if we're not stating this correctly. Is it accurate to call it a catalpa pod, or is it just catalpa?
The catalpa is the name of the plant, and so catalpa, it has wood, it has bark, it has leaves, it'll have flowers, it'll make fruits. And so when we're talking about the catalpa pod, that's really the fruit. It looks like kind of a dried out gray to brown long string bean.
And are they fairly common, catalpa pods?
Catalpa trees will produce them once they're of sufficient age, and an individual catalpa tree can produce quite a few, and they tend to hang on the tree. They're rather distinctive. Catalpas themselves are typically found as planted landscape trees in this part of the world, and I don't have any. I guess I don't have any expertise to say how abundant they are in the Waukesha landscape.
I see. And was there a point in time in which you informed Specialist Nelson's of your findings in terms of being a catalpa pod?
Yes.
And did you inform her of your findings on December 2nd of 2024?
That's correct.
And did you then have a conversation with her in terms of the vegetation that was located on the site where this catalpa pod was found?
Yes, because if you think about, now I just said I don't have a specific expertise in the abundance of catalpa, but maple trees, for example, are extremely common. So if we found a maple fruit, that wouldn't be all that interesting or informative. When we find a catalpa fruit, that means that we're going to be in fairly close proximity to a catalpa tree, because those fruits don't get moved around much by animals. They don't blow away in the wind. They often typically will hang on the tree on into the next growing season. So typically you would expect to find a catalpa in fairly close proximity to where you would find a catalpa fruit.
Was there a point in time, sir, in which you asked Specialist Nelson to go back to the scene where this catalpa pod was found and do something for you at that particular site, sir?
Just to see if there was in fact a catalpa nearby.
And do you know whether she actually did that for you, sir?
She did.
And do you know whether she later sent you some pictures of what she had located at that particular location?
That's correct. She sent me a picture of a catalpa fruit.
And if I showed you those pictures here today in court, would you recognize them, sir?
I believe so.
Okay. Madam Clerk, these exhibits have been previously received as States Exhibit 55, 56, and 57 as well. I would ask that we place these on the witness's screen as well.
Attorney Tombasco, they've already been published to the jury, so if we want.
Okay, great. Yeah, then if we could publish them, that would be great as well. Doctor, this has been previously received as States Exhibit number 56. Are you able to see that, sir?
I can.
Okay.
Looks like 55.
Oh, 55, excuse me. I apologize. Do you recognize this photo that's depicted on States Exhibit 55, sir?
Yes.
And there are a series of items that are hanging down from this tree branch. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize those, sir?
Those are catalpa fruits.
And was this the picture that Specialist Nelson sent to you, sir?
One of them.
Okay. And again, it is your testimony that you can positively identify these as catalpa seeds?
This is the like a quintessential kind of winter silhouette of a catalpa. Yeah.
And now directing your attention to what has been previously received as States Exhibit number 56. Is this a picture that you received from Specialist Nelson as well?
It is.
And are you able to identify the plant that is depicted in States Exhibit number 56?
It's a catalpa fruit.
Okay, and why are you so confident, sir, that States Exhibit 56 is a catalpa fruit?
I don't mean this to be flip because that's what catalpa fruits look like.
Not a problem, sir.
Yeah, that's and so when they mature, they crack open and there are papery little seeds inside, and you can actually see some of those here.
Okay, and then finally, turning your attention to States Exhibit number 57, is this also a picture that you received from Specialist Nelson?
It is.
Is this a catalpa seed, sir?
This is not.
What is this vegetation that's depicted, sir?
This is a little branch with some of juniper. You can see what people call the juniper berries. They're not actually berries. They're technically little cones, but everybody calls them juniper berries. So yeah, this is a sprig of juniper.
Did Specialist Nelson tell you the vegetation that's depicted in States Exhibit 57? Did she tell you where she found this?
My understanding is that it was at or near the site of the body.
Okay. And again, with respect to the previous two exhibits, did Specialist Nelson tell you that those had been also received on the site where the body was discovered?
Or in the immediate vicinity thereof, yeah.
All right. Just one moment, sir. These photographs that you received from Specialist Nelson, did you receive them on December 10th of 2024?
I believe so.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, cross-examination?
No questions.
Okay, doctor, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Detective Christopher Bloom.
Detective, you may come up to the witness stand. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone in front of you. And start by stating your name, spelling both your first and last for the record.
First name is Christopher, Last name is Bloom, Christopher, Chrisistopher. Last name is Bloom, Bloom.
You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Is it detective or specialist, to make sure I'm calling you by your right title, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay. Detective Bloom, which agency do you work for, sir?
The City of Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
A little over 12 years.
Directing your attention to November 4th of 2024, did you respond to a particular storage unit at 1512 East North Street?
Yes.
And did that storage unit belong to the deceased individual in this case, sir?
Yes, it did.
And did you recover any items of significance at that particular individual storage unit?
Yes.
And what was that item, sir?
There was a miter saw that had been rented from Home Depot by the victim in this case.
Do you know when the victim rented that miter saw, sir, based on the investigation?
Yes.
When was it rented, sir?
On April 14th, 2024.
And how do you know that, sir?
One of my partners recovered video surveillance from the Home Depot located in Delafield, Wisconsin that showed the victim, Carlos Maldonado, taking possession of that miter saw.
Just 1 second, sir. Okay. Detective, do you know an individual by the name of Nathan Poley?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Poley?
He resided at 1512 East North Street, unit number 1. He was a maintenance man or groundkeeper that would do work on the property.
And just to remind the jury, 1512 East North Street, was that the same address where Mr. Maldonado was also found in this case?
Yes, Carlos was found on the property of 1512 East North Street.
And was there a point in time, sir, in which you had a conversation with Mr. Poley?
Yes.
And was that on November 2nd of 2024?
I spoke with Nathan on Friday, November 1st, 2024.
Okay. And was there a point in time in which you asked Mr. Poley for consent to do something particularly?
Yes.
And did you ask him for consent to search his apartment?
Formally on November 2nd, which would have been a Saturday, he provided consent to Detective Condon to search his apartment, his vehicles, his storage unit, and he consented to provide buccal swabs for testing.
In terms of Mr. Poley's consent for his unit, his storage unit, his vehicles, is it fair to say he was cooperative in terms of that request?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that at some point in time you asked him for a buccal swab. Is that right, sir?
He was asked to provide buccal swabs, yes.
And can you please tell the jury, what is a buccal swab?
It's a sterile instrument, much like a Q-tip, with a cotton or foam on one side, used to collect, in this case, mucosal DNA from the cheek.
And do you obtain a buccal swab by swabbing the inside of an individual's cheek?
Yes.
And by swabbing the inside of an individual's cheek, does this collect their DNA?
Yes.
And when an individual's DNA is collected, then is it subsequently, can it subsequently be sent to a lab for identification?
It can be, yes.
And did Mr. Poley provide 2 buccal swabs to you?
Not to me personally, but he did, yes.
He did to law enforcement?
Yes.
And again, he provided them both consensually?
Yes.
Did you or did another officer at some time ask Mr. Poley for consent to search his Boost mobile phone?
Yes.
And once again, did Mr. Poley give consent for a search of that particular phone?
He did.
And did Mr. Poley ever revoke consent for the police to search his phone?
No, never.
And to your knowledge, was there any information located in Mr. Poley's phone that would suggest that he had any connection with Mr. Lychwick in this case?
None whatsoever.
Any connection in terms of the alleged victim in this case?
None whatsoever.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick?
Detective, did you ever come across any indication that Mr. Poley knew the victim, Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
And what would that be?
He acknowledged that he would come across Mr. Maldonado in passing stated that they would smoke a cigarette from time to time. I believe at one point he assisted Mr. Maldonado in bleeding the brakes on his vehicle. So he described their relationship as acquaintances, folks who would come across each other in passing.
But yet they did have a cigarette together and they did auto work together.
Yes.
Which is what friends usually do.
I'm not sure. He characterized their relationship as acquaintances.
How convenient. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect on that scope?
No.
Okay, Detective, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
The state calls Detective Lucas Hallmark.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Please position yourself nice and close to the microphone, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Lucas Hallmark, Lukas, Hallmark, Hallmark.
Sir, how are you employed?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
As a police detective?
Correct.
How long have you been with the Waukesha Police Department?
Approximately 19 years.
And as a detective with the Waukesha Police Department, do you have a specific type of case that you investigate, or is it more of everyone investigates a little bit of everything?
I am assigned specifically to financial crime, so white collar, fraud, embezzlement, those type of crimes.
When there is a death investigation within the jurisdiction of the City of Waukesha Police Department, are there times where detectives who may not necessarily only investigate homicides might pitch in to assist in the investigation with whatever additional work might need to be completed?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. And on that date was a body located at 1512 East North Street.
Yes.
Were you one of the detectives who responded to the scene that night, or no?
I was not.
Did you subsequently provide assistance in investigating who the individual was and building a timeline of that deceased individual's last 24 hours?
That is correct.
In a death investigation, why is it important for law enforcement to build that 24-hour timeline prior to the decedent's death?
Well, it's important for many factors. In this particular case, it was very helpful to go back and determine where the individual was, what they were wearing, especially with in my line of work with financial crimes, we were able to determine what the person purchased, those types of things, to kind of identify what patterns of life the person had prior to them being killed.
In this case, with the remains being discovered approximately 6 to 7 months after he was last seen, would obtaining information about those last 24 hours also help corroborate the date that the individual would have died?
Yes.
In this specific case, were you aware that the identification of the remains had been made and the individual was Carlos Maldonado?
That's correct.
And were you made aware then, as part of your investigation with your other officers, that he was a resident at that apartment building on North Street?
That's correct.
What did you do in this investigation to build that 24-hour timeline of Mr. Maldonado's, of the day that he died?
So through investigation, we learned that Mr. Maldonado completed his financial transactions through Educators Credit Union. So I submitted a subpoena to Educators Credit Union to determine where his debit card was used during the course of the period of time where we thought that he might have last been alive.
And did you notice any purchases that were made on April 14th of 2024?
Yes. In reviewing financial records, you are able to determine if a charge is usually like a point of sale service. So like if someone goes into a store and they actually use the card physically, either tap or insert in a chip or a swipe, you're able to kind of determine that on the credit card statement opposed to like a reoccurring charge or something that's purchased online. So we were able to determine that the last point of sale service or purchase by Mr. Maldonado was on April 14th.
Was that at a Home Depot located in the city of Delafield?
Correct.
Once you saw that purchase on Mr. Maldonado's financial records, did you go to that Home Depot location?
I physically didn't go there. I spoke with a security asset protection manager from Home Depot, but I am familiar with that store.
Okay, have you been there before?
I have.
And having been there before, would you be familiar with the layout if you saw it on surveillance video?
Yes.
And are you aware of this particular Home Depot store, but Home Depots in general have video surveillance cameras throughout their stores?
Correct.
And have you, in prior investigations, even if it's a financial crimes case, obtained or been asked to obtain video surveillance from either Home Depot or Menards or any other stores like that?
Yes.
And are you aware too, if Home Depot, as with any store, in their normal course of business, they keep receipts or copies of rental contracts when individuals or customers come in to either rent or make a purchase?
Yes.
And did you, based upon Mr. Maldonado's visit to the Home Depot on April 14th, obtain any paper documents or receive any of those of that nature, whether it was a rental agreement or a receipt or something like that?
I did. There was 2 documents that I received. One was a rental for a miter saw at the tool rental area, and the other one was a transaction, like a purchase transaction of items that he actually purchased there.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the witness?
Yes.
And while we're doing that, as part of your building of Mr. Maldonado's last 24 hours, did you also locate other purchases that he would have made in person on April 14th?
Yes.
Was one of those locations a Quick Trip in Waukesha?
Correct.
And then did he make a purchase at Harbor Freight in Waukesha?
Yes.
Did you obtain receipts from those 2 businesses showing what would include a date and timestamp of Mr. Maldonado's purchases?
Specifically with Quick Trip, we were able to obtain the receipts and the transactions for what occurred. On Harbor Freight, when we went to the location, they didn't actually have a physical receipt to give us due to the time that had passed. However, they were able to pull up the transaction on their computer and show us the items that were purchased. However, they weren't able to give us the exact time that the items were purchased on that day.
On the screen in front of you, I'm first showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 60. 61. 62, 63, 64, and then Exhibit 59. Have you seen each of those exhibits prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Would those be the either video or documents or screenshot from Harbor Freight that you just referenced?
Yes.
I would move exhibits 60 through 64 and 59 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to receiving those exhibits?
No,
They will be received. Any objection to publication?
no.
They will be published as well.
Detective Hallmark, I'd like to first start with the financial statement for Mr. Maldonado. How did you obtain his financial documents? I know you said that you found out he banked at Educators Credit Union, but how did you actually get this document?
We found Mr. Maldonado's debit card, and we were able to identify the numbers on the card, and we were able to submit the subpoena to Educators Credit Union.
And the subpoena, prior to its submission, was it approved by a judge here in Waukesha County?
Correct.
Is that a standard practice for any warrant or subpoena that yourself or other detectives serve on a company or an individual?
Yes.
Now, when you received the financial records back from Educators Credit Union, was there a time frame that you had asked for?
Yes, there was. I don't specifically remember the large scope or the time frame that we requested, but I believe it was January 2024 through. I actually don't recall the end date that we requested it. Yeah.
Okay. In looking at Exhibit 62, is this a 3-page statement of the monthly statement for April 1st through April 30th of 2024 for Mr. Maldonado's Educators Credit Union account?
Yes.
Okay. And now when you reviewed this, if we go down to April 14th of 2024, do you see the Home Depot purchase at Delafield, or at the Delafield location that you just talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Is this what I am highlighting here with my cursor? Is this the one of the purchases that he made at that Home Depot on April 14th?
Correct.
And we noticed that withdrawal POS, which you defined for us earlier as meaning he was in person. Is that fair to say?
I mean, most likely, it's the POS means point of sale. I mean, there's a potential that there's a possibility that the point of sale could be included on the credit card statement, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the person was in person. But it routinely or commonly does refer to that. Yes.
Okay. What did you learn Mr. Maldonado was doing at this Home Depot location in Delafield on April 14th?
So in review of the camera footage, we were able to determine that he rented a miter saw through the tool rental, and he also had other items that he had purchased, a paintbrush, an extension cord, there was some polyurethane and some other items.
And looking at Exhibit 60, which should be on the screen in front of you now, is this the receipt for the items separate from the miter saw that Mr. Maldonado purchased on April 14th at approximately 10:23 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going to then Exhibit 61, what is Exhibit 61?
This would be the tool rental purchase from the Home Depot in Delafield.
And is this the rental agreement for that miter saw?
Correct.
Was this miter saw ever recovered from the property of 1512 East North?
It was.
Were you one of the individuals that recovered it?
I did not take possession of it, but I was there when we searched the area and we located it, yes.
Okay. Now, on this rental agreement, can you see when the miter saw was due to be returned?
It was due back on April 14th at 2:21 p.m., so it was a 4-hour rental.
And because you located it on scene at the property, is it fair to say that was not returned?
It was not.
Now, looking at Exhibit 63, what is this exhibit?
This exhibit is is a photograph of the computer at Harbor Freight showing the transaction of Mr. Maldonado's Educators Credit Union card at that location.
And we can see the transaction date on the right-hand side of Exhibit 63, and that's April 14th of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then going to Exhibit 64, what is this?
This is a receipt of a transaction that occurred at Quick Trip, store number 527, which is located at, I think it's 1700 Pewaukee Road in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
After April 14th of 2024, were you able to see any other activity on Mr. Maldonado's educator's account or any other financial records that you got?
There was some activity after the 14th, yes.
And what kind of activity was that?
There was a charge for Instacart for, I don't know the exact amount, it was for like $100 some. And that we later submitted a subpoena to Instacart as well to determine what that charge was for. And we learned it was a reoccurring subscription fee.
So it was already set up. It wasn't Mr. Maldonado making a purchase through Instacart.
Correct.
I do not have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick?
I have no questions either.
Detective Enos.
Actually, Judge, I did just think of one more question that I forgot to ask Detective Hallmark since he's still here.
All right, I'll allow Detective to be recalled because he's still in order. There were no cross-examination questions, but I'll allow Mr. Lychwick to ask a cross-examination question if it's
yes.
Detective, you may sit down again. Attorney Thompson.
Thank you. Detective Hallmark, I apologize. We talked about video surveillance, but I did not play it with you. I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 59. What are we looking at here?
It'll take a moment for the screen to come up.
All right, it's up.
Thank you. What are we looking at Exhibit 59?
This is the tool rental area for the Home Depot in Delafield. The camera's pointing down towards the clerk cashier area. And if you look to the screen to the left is where Mr. Maldonado is standing with a cart with a 4x4 piece of wood. And he's got a darker color pants and a gray shirt and a blue hat. And then that's the actual entrance to the store. And if you look to the right, out that way towards the garbage can, that is the exit out towards the parking lot.
Does Mr. Maldonado, when you watch the video, end up coming closer to the counter?
Yes.
And is that when you see he is making a purchase?
Correct.
Okay. What evidentiary value did this video have later on in your investigation as it relates to what Mr. Maldonado is wearing in this video?
So the shoes that Mr. Maldonado is seen wearing in this video right here match very consistently the color, the shape, the formation of how the two patterns come together, the white and the blue on the shoe matched with the shoes that were located on the individual located at 1512 East North Street.
And as far as the date and timestamp on this video, is that contained in the bottom left-hand corner in the title of this video?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play not the entirety of the video because it is 6.5 minutes long, but I am starting at the 0-second mark and I will indicate the timestamp when I stop. I am pausing at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Detective Hallmark, can you please circle on the screen in front of you which individual Carlos Maldonado is? Can we please capture that as Exhibit 59A?
It will be captured. Just one moment while my clerk confirms.
Now, I do not have any other questions for Detective Hallmark. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Not for the detective, but since the prosecution enjoyed re-examining this witness, I think it would only be fair that I could re-cross-examine Ms. Glenda Rose.
All right, I understand that request. I made an exception for the state here because the witness was not taken out of order. So I'm denying the request at this time to recall the other witnesses for cross-examination. All right, Detective, you may step down. Thank you. Attorney Thompson, timing-wise, do you want to call another witness at this time?
I have one on the way. I'm not sure if she is in the hallway right now. Otherwise, oh, she is now.
Let's call the witness and we'll go till, I don't want to go all the way till 5 because it's been a long day, but let's take some testimony as long as our witness is available.
Thank you. The state calls Detective Jessica Barrett. Thank you.
Detective, you may come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Position yourself nice and close to that microphone there, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Detective Jessica Barrett, Jessica-Behrendt.
Detective Barrett, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So I feel like these are the physical copies of the receipts that Detective Barrett will be testifying to. I'm just gonna let you go through those while. Thank you. And how long have you been employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Over 19 years.
And do you have a particular area or type of crime that you investigate?
I'm considered a general crimes detective, and I specialize with frauds, domestics, stalkings, death investigations, things like that.
Have you ever assisted on a death investigation?
Yes.
And you know approximately how many times in your career you have?
I would have no idea. There's been a lot.
Okay. Now, when you are investigating a death, whether it is suspicious or a homicide or something else, is it uncommon for the police department to take kind of an all-hands-on-deck approach?
An all-hands-on-deck approach would be a very serious case that we work. Typically, you could have 1 or 2 people helping you out on a case at a given time. In this investigation, it was all hands on deck.
And why was it all hands on deck for this one?
Because it was clearly the manner in which we discovered the body was clearly a homicide, given the bounds and the wrap that the body was covered in. It's evident that someone did this to an individual. So we knew we were looking at a homicide. We just didn't know at that point initially who or when or how. So we wanted to quickly kind of address all different areas, and we needed a lot of resources for that. We know that based on the level of the severely decompositioned body that we were already behind in our investigation, so we needed as many resources as possible to try and catch up.
Now, when we are talking about this investigation, we're talking about the remains that were found at 1512 East North Street here in the city of Waukesha. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you one of the detectives that responded to the scene that night on October 30th?
Yes.
What was your role when you arrived on scene?
So I assisted Detective Stern. I was there to canvass the area for witnesses and statements and things like that. I was also there to check apartments, other apartments. I checked apartments' histories to see what kind of calls for service we had over the last 6, 8, 10 months, whatever it was that we were looking at the time. And then also just to conduct any follow-up that was needed afterwards.
You talked about looking into potential missing persons, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term premise history?
Yes.
What would that be?
So in our system that we used for our reports, and every single call for service generates an address, and that address holds a history. We call it a premise history. So I looked at the premise history for this apartment complex, and I noted that in, I believe it was May 21st of 2024, that Talisa Maldonado called in her dad, Carlos Maldonado, missing. And so we didn't know who the body was, so we were looking at different facets of the investigation. First of all, where is Carlos and is he okay? And also, who is this body? We didn't know that the two were related at the time. So I was looking at premise history and also other missing persons cases in the city of Waukesha and even outside of the city.
When you're talking about looking outside of the city, would that be within Waukesha County?
So there is a federal database for missing persons, and we were even considering looking into that before we had identification.
Did you ever expand the scope that far into the federal database, or were you able to focus in on Carlos Maldonado in your investigation?
In my investigation, I focused on Carlos.
Okay. And was law enforcement subsequently notified of an identification of the remains that were found as Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
So now you know who this individual is or was, and now you start working on figuring out how this person died. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
And did there come a time in this investigation where law enforcement had identified an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick as a suspect in the death of Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once that information is learned by law enforcement, did you review a report or a CAD summary regarding a traffic stop conducted on Mr. Lychwick in mid-May of 2024?
I did. It was May 23rd of 2024.
And in reviewing, I'm sorry, I'll back up a little bit. Do your patrol officers in the City of Waukesha Police Department wear body cams?
Yes, they do.
And were you able to review a video of that traffic stop on Mr. Lychwick from May 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you notice what color hair Mr. Lychwick had during that traffic stop?
It was gray.
Did there come a time in this investigation where you had in-person contact with Mr. Lychwick?
Yes.
Do you recall the approximate date that happened?
I believe it was the end of November, May 29th, possibly.
What color hair did he have at that time when you met him at the end of November in person?
It was jet black.
Now, I'm backing up a little bit to after this traffic stop, but now back to this investigation into Mr. Lychwick as the possible suspect that killed Mr. Maldonado, okay?
Okay.
On or about November 19th of 2024, were you in charge of organizing a cadaver dog search of the property at 1512 East North?
Yes, I was.
Prior to that, had you been the one to reach out to the handler of that canine?
Yeah, so I learned that we had a resource in Wisconsin that was canine search. company, and Karen Corcoran is the owner of that company, who owns a dog named Moxie, who was available and willing to come out to do a cadaver search at the property.
Prior to that search occurring, did you conduct any kind of premise history of the apartment complex on North Street, specifically related to deaths on the property?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because Karen, the owner of the dog, had informed me that the dog may hit on areas where there is previous death investigations, even if it has been some time. So I wanted to look at the premise history of that apartment complex to check any death investigations or deaths that were reported, or any significant exchanges of bodily fluid. For example, there was a stabbing there in 2017 in the driveway and the common hallway in the downstairs portion. So we wanted to make sure that the dog wasn't going to hit on something that would adversely affect the results of the canine.
And so part of this premise history from your end is trying to protect the integrity of any subsequent search or alert by this dog. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you looked at that premise history, I know you just referenced the stabbing, were there other deaths reported at this premises or at this apartment complex?
Yes, there were death investigations in apartment 3, 5, 1, 12, and 14, I believe. And then the most recent was in February of 2024. That was apartment 3. So that is on the lower floor, and it's quite a distance away from apartment 13, which was Carlos's apartment.
And the deaths of the residents related to those apartment numbers, did they, aside from the stabbing in the driveway, were those individuals found deceased inside of their apartments?
Yes, they were.
We'll talk later, the jury will hear later from Ms. Corcoran, but moving on then to, or kind of through your parts of this investigation, because is it fair to say you were not involved in every single step of the investigation?
Correct.
Okay. There were times where you would come back to assist while also maybe working on some of your other cases that you had ongoing.
Correct.
Did there come a time then where you assisted on a residential search warrant that was executed on Mr. Lychwick's apartment at 1512 East North?
Yes.
And that occurred on November 26th of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would that also have been the first time that you met Mr. Lychwick in person?
Yes.
Were you part of the search inside Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
No.
Where were you during that search of his apartment?
There is a common area on the second floor, and Mr. Lychwick and Detective Stern and I were in that common area.
And is it fair to say that there was a significant amount of paperwork and documents that were located in Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes.
And were those documents and papers brought back to the City of Waukesha Police Department for further analysis?
Yes, they were.
Did you assist in reviewing any portion of those documents?
Yes.
What area or what topic of documents did you review as it relates to Mr. Lychwick's spending habits?
So Mr. Lychwick had all of his monthly statements and receipts for spending, as well as he could keep track of them, folded up every month. So I had January through October of 2024 in all his financials, including his bank statements and receipts of purchases from stores and gas stations and things like that he spent his money on throughout those months.
And I'm sorry, I might just ask you to slow down just a little bit. You kind of picked up at the end there. Now, these receipts that you had found, were they for stores located here in the City of Waukesha?
Yes, they were.
And were there certain receipts that you notated in your report that had evidentiary value as it related to the timeline of Mr. Maldonado's death?
Yes, I noticed that his spending has increased in certain months. Specifically, the receipts that I had looked at you could see from Woodman's, Dollar Tree, Walmart, things like that. They included a lot of cleaning supplies, an excess of cleaning supplies, what I would say. Typically, when someone shops somewhere, they have if they go to a dollar store, they have one that they prefer, whether it's close to their home or work or things like that. Mr. Lychwick was going to multiple dollar stores, multiple Walmarts, and even in the same day, within a few hours, to purchase things such as rubber gloves, bleach, what I would consider an excessive supply of salt, flyaway spray, air fresheners, candles, things like that.
Detective Barron, Your Honor, this is the one physical exhibit with Detective Barron. I would ask permission to approach the witness.
You may. What exhibit number will this be?
This will be exhibit number 140. It is an envelope containing the receipts that Detective Barron just discussed. And I have shown a copy of these to Mr. Lychwick. I provided them to him for review as Detective Barron started testifying.
Okay, you may approach with witness.
Okay, Detective Barron, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 140. Can you go through those, flip through them, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay, I'm finished.
Exhibit 140, are those some of the receipts that you discussed reviewing back at the police department that were taken from Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes.
And before I keep going, do you see the individual whose apartment was searched, Kevin Lychwick? Do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify him by where he is seated and the article of clothing he's wearing?
He's seated right there with the gray suit on and gray hair and glasses.
I would ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant by this witness.
All right, the jury will make that determination.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to focus on a particular timeline of these receipts. Were you made aware during your investigation that Mr. Maldonado's date of death was determined to be April 14th of 2024?
Yes.
And so if we focus on the receipts that you reviewed after that date, those would be included in the receipts you have in front of you, is that correct?
Yes.
Starting with April 15th of 2024, the day after Mr. Maldonado's death, there was a purchase by Mr. Lychwick at Dollar Tree on Sunset Drive in Waukesha. Do you see that receipt?
Yes, I do.
And what can you tell was the item purchased during that visit?
It's abbreviated, but it's long cuff gloved, a box size large.
Okay. Now, is there a receipt from the Dollar Tree there with you on or about the same date where he purchased Scrub Buddies heavy duty scoring pads, 4 count.
I have one from the Dollar Tree. Looks like the 29th. The receipt is a little faded at 18-16 hours. There would be another box of size large gloves, masking tape that was a concern, multiple candles, dish soap again, Febreze, more air spray.
Is that the Dollar Tree located at 1230 West Sunset Drive in Waukesha from April 29th?
Yes.
Okay. Is the time of that transaction at 18:16?
Yes, it is.
And would that be 6:16 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything on there about Greenbrier Kennel Club XL heavy duty pet training pads?
Yep, it says training pad XL on there.
And were you aware of, or during your preparations or your briefing for the search warrant on Mr. Lychwick's residence, were law enforcement officers aware if Mr. Lychwick had any pets?
We believe that he did not.
And were any pets observed in the apartment during the search?
No.
I am next looking at a receipt from the Walmart location in Pewaukee from April 28th of 2024. Do you have that receipt in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and on that date, is this receipt timed at 21:48?
Yes.
And that would be 9:48 p.m.?
Yes.
What are the purchases made at the Walmart in Pewaukee on that date and time?
So there's some just regular purchases like toilet paper, vitamin D, but the thing that was a concern to me was the large latex gloves.
On April 28th, 2024, is there a separate Walmart receipt for a Waukesha location?
Yeah, so this was the purchase that I was talking to, 2 different Walmart locations within the same date and a very close time frame. This one's at 22:33 hours.
Which is at 10:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what purchases were made at the Walmart in Waukesha at that time?
The item of concern on here is the trash bags.
Okay. Can you describe for me how many gallons were those trash bags?
It doesn't say on here, but Walmart has a way you can look up receipts and then subsequently look at the exact visual items that were purchased. And so I looked that up, and I believe they were 30 gallon. They were large bags.
Now, is there a receipt there from April 29th of 2024 at the Walmart in Pewaukee?
Yes.
And is that timed at 19:12?
Yes.
Is that 7:12 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What items are purchased on that date and time?
Size medium and size large gloves, as well as some regular household items, it looks like.
In looking at a Dollar Tree receipt from May 7th of 2024 from the 120 East Sunset Drive location in Waukesha, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is the time of that transaction 18:12?
Yes.
Is that 6:12 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What was purchased at that time?
64 ounces of bleach.
On May 13th of 2024, is there a Woodman's receipt that you recovered?
So I made a mistake in my report. It is not May 13th. This one is June 13th. I mistyped it in the report.
Okay. Is it from Woodman's?
It is. It's the same time, 6:53 p.m.
Okay, that was my next question. Did it say 18:53, but you said that's 6:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was purchased at that time?
So Woodman's One of the issues that I had with the financials of Lychwick, if you don't mind me backing up for a second, his May bank statement was not included. It was just a printout that he had of some things, and I could see that he went to Woodman's several times. So I asked Woodman's to provide copies of the receipts from the store. So that's why these receipts are a bit different. And he did purchase quite a few regular household items, food, things like that. The items of concern for me on this receipt is 3 separate purchases of iodized salt. It's 26 ounces each, so 78 ounces of salt, which is it's just shy of 5 pounds of salt, which I felt was excessive for an individual who lives alone. A 70-ounce bottle of blue dish soap and a 30-ounce bottle of white tea antibacterial soap. And the rest, like I said, is just regular household items or groceries.
Was there a purchase you noted on May 16th of 2024 at Woodman's at a transaction time of 10:10?
Yes.
And what, if anything, caught your attention on that particular purchase?
Tide Hygienic Clean Free Liquid, 146 ounces, which I thought was a lot for one person. Hefty multi-purpose strong trash bags, 56 count. Simply Done heavy duty scouring pads, 3 count. And 2 pounds total of Food Club baking soda.
On the last one I'm looking at here, on May 16th of 2024, was there a Walmart receipt from the Waukesha location for a transaction time of 12:58 p.m.?
Yes, there is.
And what was purchased then?
30-gallon trash bags.
In reviewing the totality of the either receipts or other financial records from Mr. Lychwick's apartment, did you notice any change in the pattern of purchases as it specifically relates to garbage bags on or about the time that Mr. Maldonado was killed and after?
Yes, so according to the bank statements and receipts and things that I looked over, there seemed to be an excessive amount of purchases regarding cleaning supplies and trash bags and things like that in April, May, and June.
With these trash bags, were you able to note whether they were clear or white or black?
A lot of them were black.
I'm skipping ahead a little bit as the jurors will hear from other witnesses kind of in between, but did there come a time where Mr. Lychwick was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, Attorney Thompson, I'm going to stop here in the interest of time. I don't want to stop mid-witness, but we've been going all day here. So it's 4:45, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to take a break for the evening at this point. Unless, Attorney Thompson, you were on the verge of finishing.
This was my last topic.
Okay, then let's continue. We'll go just a few more minutes. I'll certainly allow Mr. Lychwick a chance to examine too, but go ahead then.
Thank you. I'm sorry, No, I know. Sorry. Thank you. You just indicated that Mr. Lychwick had been arrested at the conclusion of this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was he brought back to the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
Was he in an interview room with Detective Stern when you entered the room?
Yes.
And did you what was your reason for going in the room?
I was assisting in the interview, and I also obtained buccal swabs from a DNA warrant that we obtained for Mr. Lychwick.
And you were the one then personally who would have taken those swabs from that buccal kit and swabbed the inside of Mr. Lychwick's mouth?
Yes.
Once you executed that warrant for his buccal swabs, what did you do with those swabs then?
So those swabs, I I used gloves and I remained in my custody until I was able to place them on our inventory, which is a secured location that's locked. And then that's essentially sent to the crime lab through our specialists.
Okay. Yeah, I do not have any other questions for Detective Barron. Thank you.
Attorney Thompson, are you moving Exhibit 140 into evidence?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, any objection to that, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I do have objections to that, Your Honor.
Okay, what is your objection?
Those are general receipts for my everyday life. They have nothing to do with the murder of this poor man.
Okay, so your objection is relevance?
Relevance.
All right. I think based upon the testimony of the witness, I'll overrule that objection. The state can draw inferences from the evidence. You can draw inferences from the evidence. But on a relevance ground, I'm overruling that objection. So Exhibit 140 will come into evidence. Do you have cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
Detective Barron, is it against the law for a man to dye his hair?
No.
So why are you making an issue out of the fact that during a traffic stop earlier in the year of 2024, my hair was gray. I hadn't had a chance to dye it. And then when I met you during your investigation of this poor man's death, my hair was jet black because my girlfriend liked my hair black. Why was that an issue with you?
Mr. Lychwick, the witness was answering a question posed by the state's attorney. A question was asked, the witness answered. That's the reason for that answer. So you can ask another question.
Your Honor, she also made an issue out of it in her police report.
Okay, well, ask your next question, Mr. Lychwick.
So then you seem to indicate that I'm buying a lot of certain materials, but yet you find that suspicious because I live alone. You don't know what I'm doing all of my time and if I'm alone or not. I have a love life as well, Detective. And you're well aware of that too because we discussed my girlfriend at one point. So why you're leading the jury on to believe that I'm living alone and buying pounds of salt that I don't need and things like this. It's just an exaggeration, which is quite a habit with you and Detective Stern during this investigation into my private life and trying to link me to this crime.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, you have to ask questions. You cannot testify and you can't editorialize either. So if you have a question for this witness, now is your time to ask it.
Why would you think, why would you assume that I'm living alone and, why would you insinuate that I'm buying all these materials for my private life and that they have something to do with something they do not, the death of this poor man?
Can you restate that question? I didn't understand what you're asking in that. It was a little long-winded.
How can you come to the conclusion that I'm living alone all the time when you don't personally know me? And how can you make assumptions as to what I'm buying is in association with my private life?
Okay, so to answer your question about how can I assume that you live alone, you told me. And I am just making observations based on the receipts and purchases that coincide with some of the items that we located on Carlos Maldonado's body.
But Detective, I told you I don't live alone all the time. I had at that time a love life, and I was seeing somebody else as I was breaking off my relationship with the woman we discussed. I was already starting another relationship with another woman. I was not all the time living alone.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard any potential testimony of Mr. Lychwick at this time. Mr. Lychwick, you have to ask a question. You cannot testify at this time. So ask a question, make a statement in the form of a question for this witness to answer.
How could you come to the conclusion that I'm living alone all the time when you don't know me personally and you're not there all the time to see what I'm doing, Detective?
Like I stated before, you told me that you were living alone and that your girlfriend lived out of state. She did not live with you. There was nothing in the residence to indicate anybody, let alone a female, was living inside the residence.
Okay, Detective, but how do you know how much time we spent together?
I do not.
That's correct. My personal habits and what I buy, I mean, there again, you don't know me personally, do you?
No.
So how could you assume that whatever I'm buying is out of character, out of order for somebody to buy, particularly what I bought?
Can you restate the question?
Sure.
How can I assume?
How could you attach such significance as to connect what my personal habits are, my personal tastes are, with your investigation?
Because about 4.875 pounds of salt for a man that lives alone seemed excessive to me, especially when during the course of the search warrant, we did not find an excessive amount of salt. These are just observations I made that may or may not be connected to this case.
They're just observations that you made. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
No.
Okay, Detective, you may step down. I'll take Exhibit 140.
Thank you.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day. So a couple things. I recognize that we've had a long day today, and I appreciate your patience and your attention throughout the day. This case is not ready for you to decide. It's not ready for even preliminary deliberations to take place. So when you go home tonight, don't discuss this case with loved ones. Don't talk about what you heard. Don't ask them what they heard about this case, if anything. If you come across any news reports or any stories about this on social media or the news, please turn it off or close your web browser or whatever you need to do.
All right, y'all. It's been a long day. I'm about to lay down and relax for the rest of the day. Until tomorrow morning, stay safe. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you in the next one. Bye.